Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
So what we're looking into is Darwinian evolution, or origin of the species. And species simply means having the ring of truth or plausibility, but actually fallacious. In other words, false. That's Darwinian evolution. Everybody believes it, not really everybody, but it permeates the culture. So people think it's true, but it really isn't. Well, as we look at this, we see that Charles Darwin wrote a book called Survival of the Fittest, and it was published in 1859. His theory put forward in the book he called natural selection. Sometimes it's called Survival of the Fittest. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title. We talked about that in our last program. But nevertheless, it's telling you what he's really saying, that the origin of species came about through this survival of the fittest natural selection process, and that this is the process that drives evolution. That is the main idea of Darwinian evolution. It says Darwin has been described as one of the most influential figures in human history. His book on the origin of species went on sale 22 November 1859. His theory is simply stated in the introduction. This is how he puts it.
As many more individuals of each species are born than can possibly survive, and as, consequently, there's a frequently reoccurring struggle for existence, it follows that any being, if it vary however slightly in any manner profitable to itself under the complex and sometimes varying conditions of life, will have a better chance of surviving, and thus be naturally selected. From the strong principle of inheritance, any selected variety will tend to propagate its new and modified form.
It doesn't sound that bad, does it? Actually, it was a radical teaching, because basically what it's saying is the thing that advances any species is competition and death. So instead of holding up life as the important thing, it's all about death. Death of almost everybody except those who are superior, the fittest. It's all about their survival. An interesting thing about the Darwinian theory is that it is amoral. And this is not just what critics say about it. This is what evolutionists say about it. It's the nature of the theory, having no moral quality, non-moral. That's really one of the tenets of evolution. There is no morality. That's what it's really all about. There's no morality. There's just this natural animal process that goes on. Survival of the fittest is everything. There is no morality. It is amoral. Now, this has been explained by some evolutionary writers. Francis Crick explains it this way. The astonishing hypothesis is that you, your joys, your sorrows, your memories, and your ambitions, your sense of personal identity and free will are in fact no more than the behavior of a vast assembly of nerve cells and their associated molecules. All of that you associate with being a person, being able to make choices, moral decisions. What this is telling you about that, all of that is an illusion and nothing more than a residue of animal instinct. You're just another kind of animal. That's all. And morality doesn't really exist. Michael Roos put it this way: there is no ultimate foundations for morality, just a biological illusion of objectivity. So, in other words, morals do not even exist according to the Darwinian thinking. Well, this has some implications. And we talked about discerning things according to spiritual principles. Well, if you're talking about origins, the place to look for those spiritual principles is in the book of Genesis. Let's compare what those principles tell us compared to what Darwinian evolution tells us. One of the first things you find in the book of Genesis is that an intelligent and loving creator, whom people call God, purposefully created the universe. Darwin says there is no God. Everything evolved through mindless, natural processes. That's how it got here. There's no purpose. It just happened all by chance. Well, here's another principle. The earth and everything on it was created for the use and blessing of man. This you find right in the first few chapters of Genesis. Darwinian evolution says the earth is here by chance with no direct connection to man's welfare. Well, here's another principle you find in Genesis. Man was created in the image of God. Darwin says man is an animal that evolved by natural selection. Now, there are certain implications of these two opposing ideas. For example, Genesis would tell you that all human life is equally sacred before God because all sorts of people from every ethnicity are all descended from the same parents and equally in the image of God. However, evolution does not agree. Evolution says nothing is sacred, including human life. As a matter of fact, you have to have a lot of death for evolution to occur. What follows from the book of Genesis is that all people are endowed with certain unalienable rights from God. According to Darwin, survival of the fittest is the only rule. Genesis would have us believe that the non-animal endowments of all humans, such as free will, morals, and appreciation of beauty, reflect the image of our Creator. Darwinism would tell us that free will and morals are just an illusion, that everything about man is nothing more than the result of mechanistic biological processes. That's inspiring, isn't it? All humans are subject to their Creator and are required to keep His moral requirements. This is very clear immediately in the book of Genesis. Darwin says, your only God is you yourself. Do what you will do to survive and thrive. Why? because survival is the only rule. Winning is everything. Well, then we have the problem, though, of suffering and evil, good and bad. What about that? Genesis says that came into the world through sin. That it's not a good thing, and it's not a permanent thing, and it's going to be done away with. Darwin says there is no good or evil. Ultimately, survival of the fittest is the only rule. Also implied in Genesis is that there will be a judgment of all people in the world to come for the things they did. Darwin says there is no judgment, there's no afterlife, so get whatever you can get now because this is it. So we have the spiritual principles of the scriptures, and we have this deterministic, amoral doctrine of Darwin. I don't think you could have two extremes more different from each other, could you? Hello, I'm Eliyahu. In 2015, all the nations of the world, making up the United Nations General Assembly, voted to adopt the UN 2030 Agenda. The 2030 Agenda will establish a globalist government over the whole earth that claims ownership over the earth and all its resources, including the people. This world takeover is scheduled to occur in 2030, now only about a decade away. The globalist vision of the 2030 Agenda perfectly matches the prophecies of the Bible about the creation of a beast system to rule the whole world. That's why in 2015, I released this video seminar to warn people of the globalist Antichrist government that is scheduled to literally take over the world by 2030. This is a crisis for every person on earth. On March 7th, 2016, I presented more on the push toward the globalist utopia planned by 2030. This time, highlighting the technology the elite are developing to control the entire human race. The overarching term for this change is transhumanism. Now, in 2019, only 3 years later, great strides in technology have already been made toward achieving the transhumanist future envisioned by the globalist elite. In this presentation, we will examine excerpts from the 2016 message and compare them to excerpts from videos by the technocratic elite, revealing major breakthroughs in technology they have produced in only the last 3 years. When you compare these major technological breakthroughs, all leading toward a globalist, transhumanist future, now only a decade away, I believe you will see that this is not a conspiracy theory or a false alarm. You will see that the globalist elite are hard at work building the beast. Now, here is the first video excerpt from the 2016 message.
Excerpt from Eliyahu ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7th, 2016.
Here's how man started in the garden. Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim, he created him, male and female, he created them. I would think if you were created in the image of the Creator himself, then that would be hard to improve on. In fact, impossible, because you're in the Creator's image, right? Well, not everybody agrees with that. Not everybody thinks that Yahweh's creation is perfect. For instance, this guy, Ray Kurzweil, he thinks we're all going to be cyborgs by 2030. He has very little regard for the human body. He thinks it's very flawed in its design. He thinks we should all be a lot more like computers. Before you dismiss him as some kind of an idiot, realize he's a futurist and Google engineer. It's not a surprise he works for Google, is it? And he predicted that humans will be cyborgs by 2030. And the idea is to enhance human beings to make them better than they are. In fact, there's an evolutionary idea here that this is how they're going to break through the barrier and that we will become something beyond human. Here's a picture next to Ray of a guy that has taken this very seriously. You see that thing coming out of his head that looks a lot like a desk lamp? Well, that really is attached to his head. It goes right into his head, into his brain. And that makes him a cyborg. And he has a camera. But it's a special kind of camera. It allows him to see colors on the spectrum that an ordinary human can't see. It's a lot like a dog is able to hear a sound that we as humans can't hear. And for him, he's an artist. He thought, okay, why don't I just improve my ability of sight by having this attached into my head? I don't know how he sleeps at night. And I'm sure he has other problems. But that's what he's done. And you know, it's a lot of young people. It's interesting. You've got an old guy like Kurzweil here. These guys are the ones that are the dreamers. They're the leaders, these old people. And a big part of that is because they don't want to die. And who does? And they're hoping that this movement will save their lives. But it's these young people that are affected by it. There are just waves and waves of these young people who have taken this ideology to heart, and they're totally ready to start mutilating their bodies in order to add in all of this bizarre technology.
Shortly after those 2016 comments, Elon Musk made a startling suggestion and gave us his reason why all of us need to be cyborgs.
I think there's a lot of innovation happening in many different areas. The advancements in AI, I think, are quite quite astonishing. Okay, going back to the AI situation, this is quite important. If you assume any rate of advancement in AI, we will be left behind by a lot. And so then we could be in, benign, but even the benign situation, if you have if you have ultra intelligent AI, we would be, so far below them in intelligence that it would be like, a pet, basically.
Cat, that's what I was
Like a
thinking.
pet.
Like
a cat.
a cat.
Like a cat. It'd be
Elon
like
the
a house
cat,
cat. Yeah, it would be
right.
like the house cat.
Right.
That's not the end of the world, It's just
Well,
sort of pet.
You've seen the movie, it could be. Yeah.
It could be.
The primitive forms of artificial intelligence we already have proved very useful. But I think the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. Once humans develop artificial intelligence, it would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasing rate. Humans, who are limited by slow biological evolution, couldn't compete and would be superseded.
I mean, I don't love the idea of being a house cat.
Okay.
But that.
So what's the solution?
I think it's to essentially. I think one of the solutions that seems maybe the best one, is to have an AI layer. 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 If you think of like you've got your limbic system, your cortex, and then a digital layer, sort of a third layer above the cortex, that could work well and symbiotically with you. I mean, just as your cortex works symbiotically with your limbic system, your sort of a third digital layer could work symbiotically with the rest.
This is something that's surgically inserted or bred into the species, or what?
The fundamental limitation is input-output. So we already have, we're already a cyborg. It's just that, you have a digital version of yourself or partial version of yourself online in the form of your emails and your social media and all the things that you do, that you can answer any question, you can video conference with anyone
Right.
anywhere, you can send a message to millions of people instantly. But the constraint is input-output. So we're I/O bound. Your output level is so low. It's like, particularly on a phone, like your two thumbs just sort of tapping away. This is ridiculously slow. Mostly, effectively merging in a symbiotic way with digital intelligence revolves around eliminating the I/O constraint. So it'd be some sort of direct cortical interface. Some sort of interface directly with your cortical neurons, particularly. It doesn't involve it doesn't involve like chopping your skull off or anything like that.
That's good.
Yeah.
And plus, you're not a house cat anymore, right?
Not a house cat. So,
Right.
Essentially, if we can figure out how to establish a high bandwidth neural interface, then you're no longer a house cat.
All right. On
And-
that note, on that note.
Yeah, well, just one closing thing.
I mean, I think that's probably
you
the benign
are you
outcome. That's probably the
interested-
best outcome, I think.
Are you interested in exploring this possibility that you have just laid?
So somebody's got to do it. So somebody should do it. And I mean, if somebody doesn't do it, then I think I should probably do it. But
And the goal of this is to prevent there being an external AI, particularly one controlled by a small group of people, that could
yeah,
be so much more powerful and intelligent than we are, that the house cat
it would be godlike in its
situation
capability.
occurs.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward from 2016 to July 2019.
In July of 2019, Elon Musk had a presentation detailing the Neuralink project. Earlier in the year, on the Joe Rogan podcast, Musk said that there was a big announcement coming, and this was it. So what is the Neuralink? Musk states that human cognition has two major systems. The limbic system, where our emotions, needs, and wants are processed, and then the cortex, which involves thinking and planning. The neural link in its final form is to be a third layer on top of this, a digital superintelligence layer, augmenting ourselves with computers and eventually artificial intelligence. Depending on how you look at it, we already have this layer in the form of our phones and laptops. You've all heard the saying that we have all of the world's information at our fingertips. The bottleneck in all of this is how we interface with that information. Fingers and speech are too slow and a very low bandwidth form of communication between us and our devices. A much faster way to get to this information would be directly. This is called the brain-machine interface, and the Neuralink is an effort to solve this problem. It's already been a massive multidisciplinary effort. It includes scientists, doctors, electrical engineers, surgeons, and more. So how does it work? So our brain consists of neurons firing all the time in response to electrical signals sent when we see, hear, move, talk, or think. Whenever a neuron fires from these electrical signals, a tiny electromagnetic field is present. Basically, Neuralink is going to tap into these tiny electric fields generated at synapse junctions in the brain. It's going to interpret this analog data as ones and zeros to be used in the digital world. The neuron pulses will be detected using tiny threads, about 1/10 the cross-section of a human hair, or about the size of a neuron. Each thread is to be installed with a robot, so it's not going to burst blood vessels or cause trauma. The needle for insertion is 24 microns in diameter, much smaller than the state-of-the-art in deep brain stimulation. Such surgeries had been done before for deep brain stimulation for Parkinson's sufferers, though these traditional methods have a 1 in 100 chance of causing a severe brain hemorrhage. A smaller footprint should make things much safer. The state-of-the-art for Parkinson's deep brain stimulation has around 10 electrodes. The Neuralink contains thousands of electrodes. These electrodes need to be less than 60 microns away to detect a firing neuron and serve as the interface that reads data from the brain and sends data to the brain. The processor for making all of this work is something called the N1 chip. The N1 chip reads analog brain signals, amplifies them, digitizes them, processes them, and then sends it out to a pod device behind the ear. The pod device is the only thing that's going to be upgraded, and the implants stay as they are. Remove the pod and everything shuts off. The N1 chip is 4 by 5 millimeters, low power, and has built-in hardware for processing brain signals. It can read 20,000 brain samples per second. So these are real raw signals coming from a neural link hooked up to a brain. What the scientists are looking for are spikes in voltage when a neuron fires. This is the fundamental element of communication within the brain. An algorithm can detect these spikes in real time, decode them, and make sense of the vast amounts of data coming in. The system can not only read data from the brain, but also write data. To do this, a signal is run through an electrode near a neuron, causing that neuron to fire. The information inputted into the brain doesn't have to be perfect because of neuroplasticity. This means the brain learns how to use the new information. The original plan for the Neuralink is to connect 4 N1 chips with thousands of electrodes coming from each chip. Signals will be sent via Bluetooth to the pod device behind the ear, and it will be controlled by a phone. The first goal is to get patients to be able to control a mobile device, a phone, mouse, or computer keyboard. The Neuralink will show up as a regular Bluetooth keyboard or mouse. The first application for the Neuralink is to tap into the primary motor cortex, the part of the brain that sends signals down to the spinal cord and onto the muscles to drive movement. It will start with simple things like a mouse and keyboard, but could also be used to read signals from all movement, even speech. And finally, it could be used to restore movement of someone's own body. The materials science team wants to use materials with properties that would make the brain not only accept the Neuralink, but think that it's part of itself. It's fairly controversial, but early tests on monkeys have been successful.
We wish that we didn't have to work with animals, right? That we just wish that wasn't like a step in the process. And we try to be very careful and thoughtful about it and do it as efficiently as possible. Because we believe that the benefit to humanity is in the end, like the benefits outweigh the negatives.
Yeah, I mean, but we have made monkey has been able to control the computer with its brain. Just, FYI.
I didn't realize we were running that result today, but there it goes.
Human patient trials are set to start by the end of 2020. The target patient will be a quadriplegic due to a spinal cord injury. The main hurdle so far has been FDA approval for implantable devices. So the future of Neuralink will be in 3 stages. Stage 1 is to understand and treat brain disorders, starting with people with serious medical needs. Stage 2, preserve and enhance one's own brain. Stage 3, full brain-machine interfaces. In the future, there could even be a kind of app store for programs that you can download and control with your brain. Other possibilities from the presentation include a new kind of communication, kind of like telepathy, or downloading the memories of someone who's familiar with a city so that when you go to that city, you feel familiar with it too. The possibilities are kind of endless.
We developed this robot that can rapidly and precisely insert hundreds of individual threads representing thousands of distinct electrodes into the cortex in less than an hour. This tool allows a surgeon to aim between the blood vessels that cover the surface of the brain with micron scale precision. Here the robot is selecting individual electrode threads and placing them into the brain in the pre-planned location with remarkable accuracy and repeatability. When you think of traditional neurosurgery, you probably think of something very invasive. Traditional surgery on the brain isn't something that patients ever look forward to or are excited about, except in the most dire circumstances. Usually a clamp is attached to the skull to keep it rigidly immobilized to the operating table. We often shave all or most of the patient's hair. Patients can end up with large visible scars. At Neuralink, we want to create an entirely different patient experience, something more like LASIK. We even want this to be possible under conscious sedation. That means you can get rid of the complexity and the risk of general anesthesia, as well as many of the unpleasant side effects, nausea, sore throat from a breathing tube. But our aim is to simplify the procedure, down to the injection of local anesthetic, a very small opening in the skin, a painless opening in the skull below, quick and precise placement of threads into the cortex, and then we fill that hole in the skull with the sensor, allowing the scalp to be closed up over it.
But there's no reason in principle that we can't reach all of motor cortex. And that would give us access to any movement that a person thinks about, any movement at all. A person could imagine running or dancing or even kung fu, and we would be able to decode that signal. What Neuralink wants to do to get better access to that information, both to repair broken brain circuits and also to ultimately give us better access to better connections to the world, to each other, and to ourselves. Thank you.
Global AI will require a new kind of computer, a quantum computer. Jordy Rose is the founder of D-Wave, makers of the world's first commercially available quantum computer. Here, he explains the connection between AI and quantum computing.
Jordy, I don't understand much about quantum computing except that it's supposed to be the next big thing in power and in speed, and that you are the only company in the world now actually making one. These are really big deals. They come in at about $15 or $20 million a piece.
Something like that.
And have been bought by major American research and corporations.
That's right, correct.
All right, Jordy.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. So quantum computing is a very technical subject, and I'm not going to talk a lot about the specific details, of which I'm glad. Sure you're glad. There are literally tens of thousands of some of the brightest people in the world today trying to build these machines and understand them. And I'm going to tell you why. In my last 15 years of working on this type of stuff, I found that scientists divide up into two categories of zealots about this field. The first half are people who are absolutely entranced by the physics of these things. This quote is from a respectable scientist, in fact, one of the founders of this field, that may look a little strange to you who don't follow theoretical physics, but there is a very clear prediction that our most successful theory of nature makes, and that is that there are an enormous number, mind-bogglingly large number, of parallel realities. But science has reached the point now where we can build machines that exploit those other worlds. And quantum computers are perhaps the most exciting of all of these that we have within, or almost within our grasp right now. So people from a physics background love this. There's another type of person who tends to come from the computer science side that's like, yeah, okay, that's all great. But there's a different thing going on here, which is just as exciting, if not more, and that these machines that supposedly can do this wild stuff, let's forget about how they work, if you could build one, could solve problems that you could never, ever solve with any computer of the sort that we build. If you took every single atom of silicon in the world and made the most sophisticated conventional Intel-style processor that you could build, there are problems we know of that I could write down on a sheet of paper that you could never, ever, ever solve with that thing, that you could with this kind of machine. So that's very exciting. So you may think, well, this is all fine and dandy, but aren't these things in the realm of theory and speculation kind of in the same regime as other futuristic things you may have heard of which may be allowed by the laws of physics but aren't here yet? That's not true. There are, in fact, many of these machines deployed now in openly available research centers following the model that was used to introduce supercomputers to the world. They're not terrifically powerful yet, but they're doing something completely different than what your computer does. And that thing is like flight. It gives these computers access to these new resources, maybe you could call them parallel universes, in order to do something that you couldn't otherwise do. And that's not the only one. In fact, the one I'm going to come back to and talk to in the context of the story that I'm wrapping this in was recently installed at NASA. And Google was the primary interested party that pulled this whole thing together. And this one is really exciting to me because what they're going to do is apply this machine to an area that I think is fundamentally important. It's a crux of our future as humans, and that's, can we build machines like us? So building machines like us might be possible. I certainly believe it is. I might be wrong. But what I do know is that the types of approaches that people are taking now to build intelligent machines benefit immensely from what this machine that we've built does best. So what this center is about is applying this beautiful new computational idea in the service of trying to make intelligent machines. Now, I can't think of anything personally any cooler than trying to use quantum computers to build intelligent machines, so this is very exciting to me. Steve Jurvetson has been a longtime friend and investor in the company, and for those of you who don't know him, he's a Silicon Valley investor who's probably the smartest VC that I know of, and certainly the one that's the most attuned to technological trends. He's on the board of SpaceX, Tesla, Synthetic Genomics, which is Craig Venter's company, is trying to build artificial life, and D-Wave, and that's it. And this is his particularly poetic way of framing the difference between the machines we build and conventional computers. This is what they look like. There are two of them. These are from our lab in Burnaby in British Columbia. From the outside, they look like giant black monoliths, big metal boxes, about 10 feet on a side, 12 feet tall. And they are powered, they have a fridge inside them, a refrigerator that cools these chips to almost absolute zero. Just a wisp, a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. Hundreds of times colder than interstellar space. Amongst the coldest and most isolated and extreme conditions that humans have ever been able to engineer. These fridges, interestingly enough, which are called pulse tube dilution refrigerators, have a thing called a pulse tube, which emits a sound roughly once per second, which sounds eerily like a heartbeat. So if you have the opportunity to stand next to one of these machines, it is an awe-inspiring thing, at least for me. It feels like an altar to an alien god. They really are impressive machines. I believe that humanity is on the cusp of the most important technological, societal revolution that's ever occurred. And that's when we got to the point where the machines that we build outpace us in every respect. I don't mean that they're better calculators. I don't mean that they're better at searching. I mean everything. And I think that we're very close. And my prediction is that within 15 years, we will have machines that outpace humans in everything.
February 2019, D-Wave announced their next-generation Pegasus quantum processor chip, calling it the world's most connected commercial quantum system. It will be available in 2020. Now, another excerpt from Eliyahu Ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7, 2016.
This language just really gets me because it sounds like some kind of a preacher or something. It says, what kind of sensation would you experience when your brain is directly connected to the global hive mind? Sublime amplification, cognitive ecstasy, and new horizons of perception, expanded consciousness, and the end of suffering from our human condition. We're rapidly approaching a pivotal moment in our history, as many scientists call singularity, transcendence, or omega point, when we may become so much more. And one version of it, singular planetary consciousness. So this is their idea, I think, of heaven. A singular planetary consciousness.
Global hive mind? Surely that is not possible with over 3 billion people having no internet access. That problem is being solved by, you guessed it, 2030.
On the 24th of May, SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 rocket filled with 60 satellites into space. This marked the beginning of their ambitious new project called Starlink, which aims to provide high-quality broadband internet to the most isolated parts of the planet, while also providing low-latency connectivity to already well-connected cities. SpaceX aimed to make their broadband as accessible as possible, claiming that anyone will be able to connect to their network if they buy the pizza box-sized antenna, which SpaceX is developing themselves. This launch of 60 satellites was just the first of many. SpaceX has 12,000 satellites planned for launch over the next decade, dramatically increasing the total amount of spacecraft around Earth's orbit. This will cost SpaceX billions of dollars, so they must have a good reason for doing so.
Elon Musk is working to revolutionize the internet by building a global communication system that will blanket the world in Wi-Fi. He plans to send a mega constellation of nearly 12,000 satellites into outer space, which will orbit above Earth and provide internet connectivity to the surface below.
You could be in a jungle in South America, and if you had just an internet link somehow, you'd have access to all of humanity's information. So it would actually effectively create a superorganism, effectively effectively create a superorganism.
While satellite internet has been around for a while, the ones currently sitting in space are 22,000 miles high over the equator, and with a distance that long, it has meant connectivity for us Earthlings are unreliable and slow.
And I thought the internet would be something that would dramatically affect the future of humanity. It would be like acquiring a nervous system, like acquiring a nervous system, like acquiring a nervous system. And whereas previously communication would have to occur almost by osmosis.
And if Musk manages to meet his goal, the new initiative could give the world internet speeds that are around 40 times faster than what we're experiencing now, and it won't matter whether you're in the middle of a city or deep in the Amazon jungle. But with all this potential for a faster way for the world to communicate, it's perhaps no wonder that the competition from rival companies is heating up. SpaceX has so far managed to keep Starlink's technology from its research and development to serious mass production under wraps. But the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC, has also approved requests from the likes of OneWeb, Telesat and Amazon to establish big satellite internet constellations of their own.
Just about half the world has limited to no communications at all. And OneWeb is designed, it's a big project, but OneWeb is designed to bring internet access right to the places in the most rural of environments. High-speed internet access, 50 megabits per second, 30 milliseconds latency. So it's identical to a cable modem without being constrained to having to live in the city.
It's not known yet just how much it will cost people to use the Starlink network. But Musk has previously said it's likely to be a relatively cheap way for 3 billion people who don't already have internet access to get online.
The global elite are pulling out all the stops to make all of this happen in time for the 2030 agenda. But why? What do they have to gain from making all humanity into a global hive mind?
No, this alien's not rocketing through space. It will be born right here on Earth, a sentient AI that will emerge in a research lab at Google or Facebook or a top university. How do I know it will emerge? I know because I have billions of neurons in my head. And I know that research labs are spending billions of dollars creating artificial brains composed of billions of artificial neurons. Mother Nature has already proven that this approach works. It will happen. An alien will arrive, and it will be smarter than us. And when that happens, it'll be our next big evolutionary pressure point, one that again requires us to get smarter, much smarter, or lose our position as the top intelligence in our environment. I know there are those who say we just need to be careful, and we can prevent this alien from ever hatching in a lab. There are others who say we just need to put controls in place to be sure that this alien is helpful and friendly, eager to do our bidding. But honestly, we humans have a pretty bad track record for containing dangerous technologies. So what do we do? Personally, I've been worried about this problem for 25 years, ever since I took my very first course on artificial neural networks back in grad school. And for a long time, I didn't think there was a solution. It turns out the answer goes all the way back to the birds and the bees, and fish and ants. All of these creatures have evolved methods of amplifying their intelligence by thinking together in systems. It's why birds flock, and fish school, and bees swarm. They're smarter together than alone. No, I'm not talking about crowdsourcing like we humans do by taking votes and polls and surveys. I'm talking about forming systems, real-time systems, with feedback loops so deeply interconnected that a new intelligence forms, an emergent intelligence with its own personality and intellect. I'm talking about forming a hive mind, which is why I asked myself a big question. Why can't we humans amplify our intelligence now? If birds and bees and fish can form a brain of brains, why can't people do it? That's what I wanted to know. So a few years ago, I founded a unique artificial intelligence company called Unanimous AI. We build hive minds. So let me show you what we've been up to. This is a natural swarm. And over the last few years, we've been modeling how swarms like this amplify the intelligence of groups. And we've been using those models to create the algorithms and interfaces to allow humans to form similar swarms online. This is a human swarm. It's about 100 people all working together to move that glass puck. Each of the little magnets you see is controlled by a person logged in from somewhere around the world. By moving their magnets, they're varying their opinions in real time, pushing and pulling on the system in much the same way that honeybees do by waggle dancing. So how can a swarm like this answer questions? Let me give you some examples. Last year, CBS Interactive challenged us to predict the Kentucky Derby. And not just the winner, the first 4 horses in order. In horse racing, that's called the superfecta, and last year it went off at 540 to 1 odds. Now, we didn't know anything about horse racing. We had never done anything like this before, but we were game, so we formed a swarm of 20 horse racing enthusiasts. Not experts, just enthusiasts, and we had them think together as a system to predict the winners of the race. So here's a swarm predicting the first place finisher, Nyquist. We did the same thing for second place, third place, fourth place, and then the reporter wrote a story and published the results. She even went to the Kentucky Derby, placed a bet on the superfecta, and tweeted out her ticket, which put some pressure on us. So how did we do? We nailed it. And anybody who had placed a $20 bet, thank you. The long-term potential is likely much greater. After all, if a swarm of bees can solve complex problems that would challenge a human brain, a swarm of humans should be able to solve problems that we can't even conceive. We should be able to form a true superintelligence. And because the building blocks are people, tapping not just our knowledge, but our values and morals and sensibilities, the resulting superintelligence will not be alien. It will be human, just smarter and wiser. So the next time somebody uses the phrase hive mind as a negative, remember this: if honeybees could observe how we humans make big group decisions, like electing our leaders, or resolving our conflicts, or planning for our future, they might think we're the primitive ones, but not for long.
Now, another excerpt from Eliyahu ben David, Prepare for the World of 2030, dated March 7th, 2016.
This reminds me of Revelation 14:11. They have no rest day and night, those who worship the beast in his image, and whoever receives the mark of his name. We've talked about the mark as being involved with the commercial system in the one world government. And indeed it is, the scriptures tell us that. But what if it's more than that? What if receiving the mark is actually an irreversible entry point into the singularity? In other words, you receive the mark so that you can become one of them. And then your mind becomes part of the global hive mind of the beast. We're rapidly approaching that pivotal moment, it tells us. Could what they call the singularity and what the scriptures talk about with the mark of the beast actually be talking about the same thing, but from a different perspective? And you see, what a trick. Because what they're looking for out of this is ecstasy, right? Transcendence. Becoming part of the universal whole, the force, or whatever. But what mind is it that they're actually going to be tapping into and becoming a part of? This is the mind of the Antichrist. What kind of mind does he have? Ultimate evil, ultimate torment. When it talks about no rest day or night, could that not actually explain the experience one would have once they were connected brain to brain with the Antichrist and all of his supporters in the world? Would that not also explain why, once a person had accepted the mark, they were eternally damned, because they would have left their humanity behind in order to do this. And if you're not a human, you can't be saved. The Son of Man died for human beings, not for post-human beings, not for robots. And so in leaving the humanity behind and spurning their Creator and joining with this hive mind, giving up their human spirit, they're giving up any chance, any hope of eternal salvation. Exactly what they're going for, right? Immortality is what they're going to lose. The new creature in Yeshua Messiah. The scripture says, therefore, if anyone is in Messiah, he is a new creation. The old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. This is who we are. We're not always in touch with this truth, that we are a new creature. And you know what we need? Some consciousness raising, right? We need to become more aware of the fact that in Messiah we are a new creature. And as a new creature in Messiah, we are equipped with everything we need to handle that whole cadre of freaky bad boys we were looking at. It says here in Revelation, the beast and his hordes will war against the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings. They also will overcome who are with him, called and chosen and faithful. We don't have to be afraid of those guys. We don't have to be afraid of the beast and the hive mind, because we're new creatures in Yeshua Messiah. We have everything we need to overcome. And that whole godless world will be overcome by Messiah and the overcomers at his side. This is the promise. He who overcomes will be arrayed in white garments, and I will in no way blot his name out of the book of life. And I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. This is the promise to the overcomers. So, you see, we have quite a dichotomy coming up, don't we? We have this whole crazy world ahead of us. Now, is this not really crazier than any science fiction movie could ever be? When you look at this, this is where the demonic forces and the elite people of this world are taking us to. They're taking us to this. But Yahweh is going to use this to glorify himself, to exercise justice against evil, and to save the righteous. And to save the earth from these people. Now you might think, that picture of that knight, he looks so noble and strong and powerful. That's not me, though. I'm not that powerful. I get kind of a pot belly. I don't see how I could really deal with those kind of things we were talking about. Well, like I say, this is where we need an awareness to come upon us. You know, Paul saw where we were headed. And he had around him believers who were not perfect. In fact, a lot of them really didn't have the full understanding of who they were. And interestingly, he didn't scold them about it. He didn't grab their shirt and shake them and say, "Why don't you know who you are?" You know what he did? He prayed for them. And this is his prayer. And as I read this, I know he's praying for me. He's praying for you. And we can pray along with him as we hear what he says. He says, "For this cause I bow my knees to the Father of our Lord Yeshua, the Messiah, that he would grant you, according to the riches of his glory, that you may be strengthened with power through his Spirit in the inward man, that Messiah may dwell in your hearts through faith." You see, when you see this knight here, looks powerful, noble. He's got his armor on. He's ready for the battle. That doesn't have to be you on the outside. That can be your inward man. You know, you can be kind of like Yoda, right? Remember that in the movies? Get this little green guy who doesn't look like he could do anything, and it turns out he's got all this power because it comes from inside. Well, that's true for believers. That's just a story about Yoda. This is true for believers. On the outside, you may seem to be wasting away. You might have physical problems, troubles in your life. You might have foibles and weaknesses. But you can be powerful in the Spirit, in your inward man. And that is where you need to have the power in order to deal with the things that are coming. And it says that Messiah may dwell in your hearts through faith. You see, you might not think you're powerful. How about if you have Messiah himself living in your heart? How powerful is he? How wise is he? He's all powerful and all wise. If he's living in your heart, you can call on that at any time you need. How much more power do you need? The prayer goes on, to the end that you, being rooted and grounded in love, may be strengthened. We'll just stop right there. Rooted and grounded in love. What does that mean? Rooted and grounded. That's your foundation, right? If you're rooted and grounded in love, everything surrounding you is his love. If you are totally surrounded in his love, if that is your foundation, what can touch you? Grounded, rooted in love. What a protection that is for us. That he may be strengthened to comprehend with all the holy ones what is the depth and length and height and depth, and to know Messiah's love, which surpasses knowledge, that you may be filled with all the fullness of God. You know, it's interesting that the world of the elite is all about knowledge, isn't it? It's all about knowing everything. And I'll tell you why, because that's the most they can do, is know everything that they can uncover to know. But I'll tell you what they don't know. They don't know the love of Yeshua Messiah. Because you can't know that as data, right? To know the love of Messiah, this is a love that surpasses knowledge. It's on a whole higher plane than knowledge. No post-human is ever going to know anything about the love of Messiah. It is outside and beyond what you can know that way. You can have that right now. You can walk in that. You can live in that love right now because you've got that love. All you need to do is trust it, right? Trust Him. Believe Him from day to day, and you can experience that love. And the great thing about it is when you're filled with that love, you're filled with all the fullness of God. You know, a cyborg, come on. You'll be tromping over those guys before breakfast. Filled with all the fullness of God. Now, to Him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power that works in us. What power is that? What power is that? That's resurrection power! Resurrection power! It lives inside of you. I don't care if you're 95 years old. If you belong to Yeshua Messiah, you've got resurrection power. Even the grave can't stop you. So don't be afraid of this world. Don't be afraid of what the enemy can throw against you. You are ready for anything he can throw against you, if only you will believe in who you are and what you've got. To Him be the glory in the assembly and in Messiah Yeshua to all generations forever and ever. And I might add, even unto the final generation. I'm stoked. I'm encouraged. I'm excited to face the world of 2030. And I hope you are too.
Hello, this is Judah. Eliyahu, my dad, and I worked on this presentation together. The day after the excerpt from March 7th, 2016 message you just heard, the speaker died. That next day, the speaker, Eliyahu ben David, suffered a widowmaker heart attack and died on the table in the hospital under the care of a state-of-the-art cardiac team. Eliyahu's blood was literally congealing in his veins. The lead doctor of the cardiac team later said it was beyond his expertise and the latest technology to revive Eliyahu, saying he could not take credit for the amazing recovery from death. Eliyahu says that's where the resurrection life within him kicked in, bringing him back to life again. He says this proves everything he had said the day before about the power of the new creation and resurrection life in Messiah that you have just heard. 1 week later, Eliyahu was recorded on video explaining his amazing experience. You can find the video report at tsiyon.org. tsiyon.org.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Tsiyon Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Tsiyon Academy students are provided with study materials, the Tsiyon Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Tsiyon Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah, Find out how you can become a Tsiyon Academy student at tsiyon.org.
I think a lot of you have been through what we're going to talk about tonight, leaving the big show. You know, when you first come to know about Messiah and what he has to offer, you're just hungry for whatever you can get. And so the big show looks pretty good for a while to a lot of people. And that's very understandable, and that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with those folks. That they love that energy, they love the Christian music, they love the idea of being saved and having an eternal hope. All kinds of things really that really we share an affinity with. But after you've gone down that road for a while, you start to realize how limiting the church system, the big show, really is. That after a while, it seems like it's always the same. And there's not really a path to grow beyond what they're offering at the big show. So while it's making you feel good and you like the music, you might like the worship, all the people, all the smiles, because there's always lots of smiles, you start to feel like you're just missing something. And what you're missing is getting fed on the meat of the word. Because when Yeshua Messiah came, he didn't tell us anything about the big show. He didn't show us how to put on a mega church presentation. It was more about you and him. It was more about how you lived your life every day than about the big show. It was more about really loving people, loving one another, loving your neighbors, loving your family. It wasn't about just a big presentation. And the truth is about the big show is, in a way, even though it's costly, it's elaborate, but the big show is easier than actually being a disciple of Yeshua Messiah. And any of the apostles that walked with him would have told you that. In fact, they did tell you that. In my newsletter today, I talked about the big show and where it all started. And the truth is, we can trace it back to the middle of the 2nd century when what we call the Christian church was actually born. Now, you might have been told, probably were told, that the Christian church goes all the way back to Pentecost and the Messiah, but don't you believe it at all. Look at the difference between what you read about in the book of Acts and the big show. Do the two have anything in common? This didn't originate with Messiah. It originated in the next century when some Gentiles who were deep into Greek and Roman philosophy thought that there was something they could take out of this message and put it together with the philosophies they had and make something really big out of it. Something exciting to the senses, exciting to the mind, and they could make themselves famous and make themselves rich. And that's what actually happened. That's what happened in the 2nd century. And it kept developing from there until in the 4th century, it just morphed into this incredibly grotesque thing that we call the Catholic Church, with golden thrones, okay? And jewels, and gold and silver, and big ostentatious buildings, and impressive religious garb that comes directly out of the mystery religions of Babylon. All of that. And you know, all of that, in terms of numbers now, has been incredibly more successful than has the narrow way following Yeshua Messiah. That's not the popular way. He told us it wouldn't be the popular way, and it's not the popular way because it's the harder way. It's the narrow way. So, when the enemy raised up people to give the world the big show, that became the way. And yes, it has a nugget of the truth in it. It refers back to the scriptures. It refers to salvation in Messiah. There's a lot of things in it that are in common with the truth of Scripture. But the problem is there's a lot of things in it that are directly out of paganism, or if not paganism, then out of this desire of the flesh to satisfy the emotions and the mind while really not feeding the spirit. So, this is why I call it the big show. Because you got the big show, but you have very little reality. And we really could come down through time, and I could point out through history people who had the same experience that so many of us have had, where we were part of that religious system, and after a while it just didn't feel right, it didn't feel fulfilling, and we left the big show. And we were in the wilderness, and we were finding our way until we found something that was more authentic. Maybe whatever you found was not totally authentic, but it was better than what you had. And you kept going, looking for the truth, seeking after the fullness of what Messiah has to offer. So many have gone that path. And you know, down through history, many of those people formed into groups where they would seek after this truth together. They would be persecuted by the religious system. Untold numbers have been killed, in fact, because they were considered a threat to the big show. The truth has always been considered a threat to the big show. But tonight, I want to move forward in time through all of those centuries to the 1600s. And here's some folks that left the big show. We call them the Puritans. And at that time, the big show for them was the Church of England. And they had their big ornate churches in tight with all the governmental figures, the important figures of the day, very doctrinaire, creed-oriented. And at the same time, allowing in these different fragments and remnants of paganism. Well, there were some people within that system having now the Word of God itself in their own language. They delved deeply into that Word, and they found so much that was different than the church. So much. And they realized, for example, they needed to keep the commandments in the Scriptures. They saw that for themselves when they read the Word. And they strove to apply that in their life, to keep those commandments in their life, the best that they could understand at the time. And they withdrew from the big church. It wasn't feeding them. It was doing a lot of things that they could see in Scripture were not correct. And so they would gather together in small groups to study the Scriptures. And the Spirit of God would be there, and it changed them. And it changed their lives. And it made them feel like they personally wanted to be disciples of the Son of God. But they were chased down, they were stifled, they were persecuted, and all they wanted was a place where they could worship in peace and serve Messiah in peace. So that's how eventually they ended up on the Mayflower, headed for the New World that was across the ocean. 1620. The Mayflower landed in Plymouth, today Plymouth, Massachusetts. And they thought they were essentially establishing a new Israel. In fact, they saw themselves as Israelites, and why wouldn't they? They were keeping the covenant. At the same time, of course, that they followed Israel's Messiah. They had left the big show. Now, if you think about this and the enormity of what these believers did, it's truly an impressive thing. Because, you know, it's not like buying an airplane ticket and going from airport to airport or something, what they did. They went to an unknown wilderness, ready to carve out a new life there from the ground up. An amazing thing, amazing courage of these men and women, and amazing faith. And truly, this must have a place in the plan of Yahweh, what they did. And they had a strong sense of that. And they had a strong sense that they were representing His name. Well, they weren't the only ones that came to the New World. There were some of the other kind of people that came too after a while. And nevertheless, there was a preponderance of people of faith that came to settle the New World, and a lot of them were these Puritans. And I have to tell you, I identify closely with these people because I went through the same process they went through. I came out of false religion. I wanted to follow after Messiah. I was willing to take the persecution of others in order for that to happen, and I still am, because He is worth all of that and I'm still seeking after his kingdom. And that's what they were doing. So I identify closely with them, but I also know about that is quickly attacked by the enemy. And we're going to talk about how from these early beginnings in America of people who in many ways were very much like us, things have gotten to be what they are now. And isn't that an incredible thing when you think about it? What a change has happened in that period of time. Well, by the next century, they had built up quite a civilization in America. There were people of a number of different Christian faiths. However, there was no significant presence of Buddhists, Hindus, Muslims, and very few Jews even. At least Jews that knew they were Jews. This was a Christian enterprise, the building of America. It was a Christian enterprise. This is the Liberty Bell, and we've talked about this before. It has a quote directly from the Torah. Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. They believed in freedom. That's why they came to America, and that's why America became America. Because they believed in freedom. Freedom to express your own spiritual beliefs, freedom to practice the scriptures according to your conscience, and other kinds of personal freedom. How significant was this to the founding of America? It was not incidental to the founding of America. It wasn't like Christianity was one of many different religions that had input into the founding of America. When you look at the founding documents, when you look at the statements of the first patriots, some of them listed here, what you see is that the new republic and this form of Christianity that we're talking about now, freedom-loving Christianity, the two things were totally dependent on one another, totally involved with one another. For instance, James Madison, one of the framers of the Constitution, said, "We have staked the whole future of our new nation not upon the power of government, far from it. We've staked the future of all our political constitutions upon the capacity of each of ourselves to govern ourselves according to the moral principles of the 10 Commandments." Not the Holy Quran, friends. Okay? Not some other religious idea. They weren't all equal in the eyes of the founders. And the reason for that was simple. Because they saw in the 10 Commandments, they saw in the rest of the commandments of the Scriptures, the Creator's prescription as to how we are to live and how we are to interact with one another. And they realized that if people weren't living by that, they would not act in a way that would lead to a successful nation. So from the very beginning, this was understood by the founders of the United States of America. And nobody seems to remember that very much anymore. And what we've seen happen, of course, is a decline, even among Christians, in taking the 10 Commandments seriously. in taking the rest of the commandments seriously, in living according to the scriptures. We've seen that all diminish. And along with that, we've seen the country more and more diminished, seeking into corruption, depravity, and soon into ruin. That's where things have gone, and I believe that's because the framers of the Constitution were right. That it all did depend upon the quality of the people keeping the commandments of God. Well, let's talk about the progression of things that got us to where we're at. Here's something you can find online, and it has to do with religion and the founding of the American Republic. Now, almost always, when you're talking about this period of time, early America, the word religion is the same as Christianity. That's what they mean when they say religion, because there weren't any other religions. So that's what that really means. But you know what? They don't want to say that. They don't want to say Christianity and the founding of the American Republic. They want it to be religion. Why is that? All-inclusive, right? They want it to be all-inclusive. It doesn't matter that it was the Pilgrims. If it had been a group of Muslims, you would have had the same country. That's what they would like you to think. It's not the truth. If it had been a group of Hindus, you'd have the same country. No, I don't think so. No. The thing about the Christians that was different is because they had a brand new Bible in their own language. And they were reading it, and they were studying it, and they said, okay, this is the truth. And this is the kind of country we want. That's what was happening. They weren't perfect. I'm not saying they were perfect. But you couldn't have had this country without them and the mindset they had about the scriptures. And it's interesting what it says in this history source. The colonies that in 1776 became the United States of America were settled by men and women of deep religious convictions. It also says, a religious people rose in rebellion against Great Britain in 1776. How could they do that? It's because they believed in freedom. That's how they could do that. And it says, American statesmen shared the convictions of most of their constituents that religion, that is Christianity, was indispensable to the maintenance of Republican institutions. In other words, if you don't have good people, you're not going to have a good government. They knew that. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that. If we don't have a good government today, what does that say about our people? What does that say about Christianity? Go back to the source, go back to the founders, and you can see what's really wrong and how we got where we're at. Well, we have some more history. This is now after the 1700s, going into the 1800s. During this period, religion was already like an ever-present thing in the 1700s, okay? They say that in the 1800s, it was in the ascension. It was a rising vitality in the country. And it's because one of the reasons was there was what's called the Great Awakening. And this was a huge movement of the Holy Spirit throughout America, throughout all of the Christian countries of Europe, where people were getting saved and people were coming to the Son of God, and it was really literally changing the world. As a matter of fact, this is what actually put the end to slavery, was the Great Awakening. Because people became awake to the gospel, and then they realized they could not treat their African brothers like that. That's what really happened. And that's what brought things to the point in America, really, where this became a major issue in the Civil War. It's interesting what else it says here. The Great Awakening swept the English-speaking world. In America, the awakening signaled the advent of an encompassing evangelicalism, the belief that the essence of religious experience was the new birth inspired by the preaching of the word. This is what it was. You know, they became aware of the indwelling Holy Spirit and how that can change you and enable you to be a disciple. You know, this is what happens when you leave the big show. You start to find the reality that can really change you and motivate your life and turn you into the person you were meant to be. That's what was sweeping the world in the 1800s. Well, it goes on and says the revolution strengthened millennialist strains in American theology. Some ministers were persuaded America might become the principal seat of the glorious kingdom which Christ shall erect upon earth in the latter days. So here's, I believe, where they went wrong. Because they were seeing America as Yahweh's special nation, where the kingdom would come into the world. But that's not what his word says. This is why they had to think of themselves as the new Israel. Because Yahweh has a covenant with a nation, the nation of Israel, through which he will bring the kingdom into the world. So they really put their marbles on the wrong number. And that just was never going to come up. That's the truth of it. And that has thrown off a lot of believers. There's a lot of people who do believe in the coming kingdom of Messiah who think that's directly connected with America. And I believe there's a lot of Americans that will be a part of that. But they're individual people. It's not the country. Unfortunately, the country is one of the 70. It's among the 70 nations that rejected Yahweh. And we see all kinds of evidence of that around us every day. But at that particular time, when there were so many believers in America, and they had vanquished the British in what seemed to them a miraculous victory, they really felt as if they were God's special nation, one nation under God. And you can understand that feeling, even though that has proved not to be true. This article also says the religion of the Republic was evangelicalism, which between 1800 and the Civil War was the grand absorbing theme of American religious life. Now, I bet a lot of the folks out there don't even know that. We hear today a lot about evangelicalism. Churches say we're an evangelical church. A lot of times we don't even know what that means. Well, this is where it started in the 1800s with this Great Awakening, and there was this outreach to evangelize people to come and be believers. That's what evangelicalism is about. It says here that this emerged as a kind of national church or national religion. And that's exactly true. As a matter of fact, that evangelicalism while there have been other streams of Christianity too, but that has been the dominant theme. That has been the dominant stream of Christianity, basically from that time well into the 20th century and even into the 21st century. But we're seeing that all coming to an end very quickly today. We're seeing evangelicalism losing its authority and losing its influence. We're going to talk more about that. And as it has declined, so has the moral compass of America declined. It says American patriots subscribed to the views of the founders that Christian religion was a necessary spring for Republican government. And the reason they thought that is Republican government is about the people ruling the government. If you don't have people that are equipped to rule the government, then what kind of government you're going to have? See, it just makes sense. And what they're really saying is that to have an effective government, you have to have people who are righteous. And the scriptures give us the standard of righteousness. They tell us how to live. So unless people are living like that, then you can't have anything but a corrupt government. They saw that back then, at the beginning of the country. That was known. That was the overriding opinion of pretty much everybody back then. 1861, Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated as president. And in his inauguration speech, he said what basically everybody agreed with. He said that the ultimate justice of the people would prevail, for there was no better or equal hope in the world. They believed America was the great hope of the world. People in my lifetime believe that. That's becoming less and less of a popular idea anymore. He also said intelligence, patriotism, Christianity. Now, this is the president mentioning Christianity and a firm reliance on him who has never yet forsaken this favored land are still competent to adjust in the best way all our present difficulty. He wasn't afraid of bringing Christianity into solving their political problems. What's wrong with him? Didn't he know about the separation of church and state? Or do you think maybe the separation of church and state as we perceive it today did not exist then? Don't you think that's more likely, considering what he said? The whole point he's saying is that God, in other words, would support America, whose Christian virtues would bring solutions to America's problems. They were depending on good Christians to solve the problems. Well, what actually happened? It wasn't but a month later, and the Civil War broke out. And the truth is, all the good Christians on both sides were unable to solve these problems peaceably between one another. And there was just a tremendous breach in the country. Even today, people argue about it. Some people say this was all about slavery. Other people say, no, it wasn't. It was all about states' rights. And it depends on the historian that you read as to what the truth is. But what we do know about it is that an amazing number of people died in our country, brother against brother, people of the same Christian faith killing other people of the same Christian faith by the thousands. And this left a deep scar in America. The Civil War and its aftermath left the American church deeply divided and poorly prepared for the rise of its greatest modern challenge. What I'm saying is, the Civil War broke that sense of brotherhood that had existed prior to the Civil War among evangelical Christianity across the country. And the Civil War, bringing death into so many families, destruction to so many, brought with it bitterness, anger, pain, political struggle, injustice, and incredible changes. Some of those changes were good, but the entire experience was really quite soul-wrenching for the country and for the Christian church in America. And so the focus of the Christian church in America during these times was really not on the kingdom, not so much on the scriptures. It was all about dealing with all of this misery from the Civil War. And this left the church not in a good position to deal with what Satan was doing. Because you know what? Just before the Civil War broke out, this book was published. The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin, published in 1859. This was an egghead book, right? Most people didn't even notice that this book was published. And it talked about something called natural selection. The church totally missed this. Now, here's another thing that was in the book. It says, preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. You know what? When you hear about the origin of species today, they always leave that part out of the title. Why do you think? Because it's a racist book. It's a racist book. And evolution is a racist doctrine. And this was published just before the Civil War for a reason. Because it was published to justify calling one race better than another race on so-called scientific grounds. You'll never hear anybody tell you that evolution had anything to do with the Civil War or with upholding slavery. Look at the title. Read the book. That's what it's really about. We use it in a different way now. It's just an excuse for us now to put away our Creator and to think of ourselves as animals that basically arose according to some natural process with no input from a creator. The injection of this idea of evolution into the American stream of thought was a major thing that got missed. What had been established was a republic based on the idea that human beings are created in the image of God with unalienable rights and a right to freedom, and that all men are created equal with these God-endowed rights. And now, this idea was put forward, evolution, based on something called survival of the fittest. And this is nothing more than the law of the jungle. The strongest dominate. This is the law of nature that they're putting forward. And they have a right to dominate because you have to assume might makes right. So whoever is dominating, they must be better. They must be smarter. They must be stronger. That's the idea of evolution. All of the elite believe this. They think they are in their elite position with all their money, all their power, because somehow they are better. And they deserve to be in that position. And there is no better excuse in the world for despotism and tyranny than evolution. And that's where it absolutely has to end up. But you see, along with these principles, evolutionists also believe that humanity is basically good. So as we evolve, we're going to get better. And we're not going to become despots and tyrants. How dumb is that? When you look at the flow of history, that somehow we're going to hit this magic tipping point when everybody's going to be nice. Don't depend on that. And indeed, what has happened as this has taken hold and belief in the Bible has been declining. In my lifetime, I saw this. Bible reading, prayer, barred from the schoolroom. Abortions of unborn babies. Made legal, the law of the land, and even paid for by the government. And since that happened, over 50 million unborn babies have been mercilessly murdered in America. That is a heap of blood guilt in this country. So it's not surprising the 10 Commandments have been removed from the courtrooms. Personally, I'm glad if they're going to act like that. I'd rather not have the 10 Commandments there, because that's not what they're going by. And then, of course, we're seeing this incredible slide into perversions of every kind. And what once was freedom to worship God according to His Word has now turned into license for every despicable kind of behavior under the sun. So this is where we're at today. The ascendancy of evolution and the decline of Christianity brought us to this. There's a website called Church Leaders that had a very interesting article, and I have condensed some of it. And I want to tell you that the author of this article specifically says that he's not bashing the church in these points. And so I have to think he's still feeling loyal to the church. So I don't want to misrepresent this website and the author of this website as holding my point of view. But I will show you what he had to say, and then we'll talk about our own conclusions of what that means. The theme of his article is 10 surprising reasons our kids leave church. And in his introduction, he points out that 70% of youth stop attending church when they graduate high school. Now, I ask you, how long can any institution continue when 70% of the young people leave that institution when they get high school age? How long can that last? Well, that is a huge hemorrhage. You know, if these kids were blood in your body, going out at this rate, how long would it take you to be dead? Not long, would it? You would bleed out very quickly. Well, he says, we all know them, the kids who were raised in church. They were stars of the youth group. They maybe even sang in the praise band or led worship. And then they graduated from high school and they leave church. What happened? That's how a lot of church people feel, a lot of the older ones. They always see this happening with the young people. They might even be involved with the church, but then they get high school age and they're gone. And you look at any church crowd and you look for the faces of the young people. You're not going to find them, or many of them. So this is a big concern that is being raised here. So what are these 10 surprising reasons that he gives? Well, realize he got these answers by actually going to some of these kids and asking them why they left. He did his own survey of these kids to come up with these answers. And this is kind of presented like a top 10 list, okay? So we're going to start with number 10 and move towards number 1. Number 10, the church is relevant. Now, a lot of times people would think the church is not relevant. But he's saying, no, the church is relevant. And he explains that we've taken a historic 2,000-year-old faith, dressed it in jeans, and tried to sell it as cool to our kids. What we're packaging is a cheap knockoff of the world we're called to evangelize. What can you say? This is a church leader saying this. And this is what the kids are seeing. You know, all of that stuff of giving them the rock music and all the latest fashions and keeping up with the times, all of that, they think that's going to help them retain the young people, and it's actually turning off the young people. Number 9, they never attended church to begin with. From a Noah's Ark themed nursery to pizza parties and rock concerts, many evangelical youth have been coddled in a not quite church but not quite world hothouse. So they never experienced church in the sense of what the scriptures say the assembly of believers should be. Instead, what they got is a steady stream of entertainment. You know, recently I got an advertisement at my home from one of the churches in the area. And they wanted to attract me and my family to their church. They don't know who I am. I read through that. I couldn't even find a mention of the Son of God. It was all about all their different kinds of programs, all their entertainment. And that's what was supposed to attract me to their church. And I think that's quite typical of what is going on. Number 8, they get smart. The agnostics and atheists treat our youth as intelligent, which is to say, for the most part, Christians don't treat them as intelligent. And so they're attracted to what the agnostics and atheists are saying. Now, I would just like to speak to this for a minute, and I would like to tell you that The agnostics and atheists don't have something better to give these kids than what you can find in the Word of God. But since most of these churches don't even teach the kids the Word of God, they've got nothing with which to fight that. Number 7, he's saying here, I think to the parents as well as the church leaders, you sent them out unarmed. Let's just be honest. Most of our churches are sending youth into the world embarrassingly ignorant of our faith. If you don't even know the first thing about what you're supposed to believe, how are you going to stand up against attacks from unbelievers? Number 6, you gave them hand-me-downs. You've tried your best to pass along the internal, subjective faith that you feel. At college, the church loses out to things with much greater appeal to the feelings of human nature. You see how that works? If all you give your kids is some kind of feeling about God, if it's all just about feelings, when they go out into the world and their feelings are stimulated by other things, why do they need the church? Community. Have you noticed this word is everywhere in the church? When our kids leave home, they leave the manufactured community. A lot of times they actually have a lot more community, for instance, at college, than they ever experienced in church. Because he uses the term manufactured community. That's what a lot of it is. Number 4, they found better feelings. Rather than an external, objective, historical faith, we've given our youth an internal, subjective faith. When they leave home, they get the same warm fuzzies from the latest life coach, etc. And you know, even on TV, if you can bring yourself to watch one of these presentations by one of these televangelists, and I'm not recommending you do, okay, but I've done it. And then what you get is something like Tony Robbins or somebody like that. It's the same sort of positive thinking kind of message. That's what you get so often from the pulpits of the Christian church. Well, you know, you don't need the church to have that. Go to a Tony Robbins event. You know, you're going to get that without all the guilt, without feeling like you're not measuring up or whatever. Number 3, they got tired of pretending. In the best life now, every day of Friday world of evangelicals, there's little room for depression, struggle, or doubt. So they trumpet the message, the church is full of hypocrites. Yes, in a lot of churches, you're not really allowed to have a negative thought. You're not allowed to have a frown on your face. Everybody's supposed to be smiling all the time. You're supposed to be happy all the time. And you know what? A lot of young people come to the conclusion that's not authentic. That's not real human beings. You know, if you hit your thumb with a hammer, chances are you might say a few words you otherwise wouldn't say. That happens. That's part of life in this world. And young people, they see how very often Christianity appears on its outer veneer, but they have seen what it really is, and they see a big gap between the two. Number 2, this was interesting. It says they know the truth. But it's not talking about the same truth I'm talking about, okay? It says the truth they know is this. They can't do it. They know it. All that be nice moralism they've been taught boils down to do, don't do. And you know, that's very interesting. because the Christian church makes a big deal out of you don't have to keep the law. But you know what they do? They invent their own law. They have all their own do's and don'ts. Many times they have their own dress code. Doesn't come out of the scriptures, it came out of somebody's head, right? They have their own standards. Constant do's and don'ts. And so even though they talk about grace, from the standpoint of the kids, it's all do's and don'ts until it makes them feel like, you know what, I just can't do that. That's what he's saying. And he goes on here, they either think that they're good people since they don't do any of the stuff that the denomination teaches against. I'm okay. I don't need the church. I'm doing all the stuff. Or they realize that they don't meet Jesus' own words of what is required. Now that's more serious, isn't it? They actually have read the word. They've actually seen what it says. And they say, oh, I can never do that. He says there's no rest in this law, only a treadmill of works they know they're not able to meet. I think that's a big one. I think that's a very big one. And now we get to number one. They don't need it. If church is simply a place to learn life application principles to achieve a better life in community, you don't need a crucified Jesus for that. As we jettisoned the gospel, our students were never hit with the full impact of the law. Their sin before God and their desperate need for the atoning work of Christ. That is relevant, that is authentic, and that is something the world cannot offer. Our kids leave because we have failed to deliver to them the faith delivered once for all to the saints. Now, I would respectfully say, if the writer here actually believes what he's saying, that we have failed to deliver to our children and therefore to others as well, the faith delivered once for all to the saints, then is he not actually saying our church is in apostasy? What's he still doing there? Right? What is he still doing there? He should be doing what all these kids are doing. He should get out. Not to abandon Messiah, but to separate himself from something that's not the authentic gospel. Isn't that true? And look at what he's saying. The big problem of the church is they never taught the law. What? Can you believe that? How many times have you heard Christians, especially Christian leaders and pastors, say, we're not under the law? They say that all the time. It's their major mantra, right? Here is a pastor that's saying, hey, we didn't teach them the law. So they don't know they're sinners. We don't make that mistake here. We probably have our problems, but I'll tell you this, we teach the Torah. But he doesn't even get all of what the Torah is about, just going by this statement. Yes, it is to convict us of sin, but it is also telling us how we should live. And you know what? Those believers that landed at Plymouth Rock, they knew that. And they knew that the Spirit was given to us to help us live righteous lives according to the commandments of God. that we have what we need to be able to keep his commandments. I wonder if the church had actually taught all of these young people the Torah and taught them how the Spirit can help them to keep the Torah. And if they had actually experienced what it is to walk in victory in keeping his commandments, I wonder if you'd still have 70% leaving the church. I don't think you would. We have a lot of wonderful young people connected with us who love the Torah and love who they're becoming because they're learning the Torah. You know, just because something looks hard is not the easy way, doesn't make it the best way to go. Just making everything easy on people. That is not the message of Yeshua Messiah. But that seems to be the message of the Christian church. And you know, where does this all take us? It takes us to this. The big show. The big show. How are we going to attract the young people? How are we going to keep them? We need the rock music. We need the colored lights, right? We need the emotional excitement. Well, I like a good show as much as anybody, but I'll tell you this, it's not going to make you a disciple of Yeshua Messiah. And these young people are figuring that out. This is the face of the church system in America, the mega church. That's where everything is going. In fact, small country churches that are probably more like the assemblies in the scriptures are being shut down as their people are being sucked into this. It's happening on a huge level. I like some of these things I found. If your pastor is wealthier than the people he serves, you should wonder, is he here to help us or are we here to help him? Look at some of these salaries. Kenneth Copeland, $655,000 a year. Can you believe it? Can you imagine one of the apostles saying, you know, I really need a salary of $650,000 a year? Can you imagine it? What would they do if they ever had that money? You absolutely know what they would do with it, right? It would go back to the kingdom. John Hagee, fellow Texan, $1 million a year. Yeah, the list goes on. It's down to Joel Osteen, unspecified millions. You can't even know how much he's making, all right? But it's a lot. Trust me. It's a lot. Well, is this anything like authentic belief, authentic faith? The young people know this. You know, some of them, they're drawn in for a while. But you know what? They can get the same vibes from going to a rock concert. In fact, they think it's a lot more fun. So why do they need this? And then what they would point out to you, what about all these guys and many more? All the church leader scandals. Why is it that there's so many of these mega church leaders and televangelists that end up doing unspeakable things that they preached against? And what effect is that having on the credibility of the message? And then we have this. You know what? As society changes, the churches can't get in line fast enough with the way the world is changing. And it's amazing, if they use the scriptures at all, how they twist the scriptures to try and accommodate what the world is doing. And this is what you find out there. So many churches who are just following after the world. Well, my thought again is, why do you need these churches? You know, if that's the life you want to live, why do you have to have one of these churches? Just go to a gay pride parade or something, right? You don't need that if that's what you're after. So, when we look at the state of the church today in America, and probably a lot of other places, because America is kind of a leader in the world. What does this tell us about God? Does this really tell us who He is? Is this His fault that this is what's happening? Well, when we look to the Word, we have the answer. In Deuteronomy, which happens to be part of that law that the church seems to miss quite a bit, it says, "The rock, His work is perfect, for all His ways are just. A God of faithfulness and without injustice, righteous and upright is He." You see, He doesn't change. His word doesn't change. He's not responsible for all of this. The next verse tells us where to find the blame. It says, "They have acted corruptly toward Him. They are not His children because of their own defect. They are a perverse and crooked generation." Now, when the scriptures say a perverse and crooked generation, we have to ask the question, according to what standard? And when you see that this is coming directly from the law, it means they are a perverse and crooked generation. In other words, they have veered off, they have crooked off from that true way of His commandments. They have gone wrong. They have left His eternal justice and righteousness, following a different way. That's what it means by a perverse and crooked generation. It's not just one person that did it. It's a whole generation of people who otherwise might be considered His children, but they're not His children because of this defect of having turned away from Him. And so you see it in Christianity, which, despite the megachurches, is declining rapidly. As I'm saying, you know, if 70% of the young people are leaving the church when they get out of high school, how long can the church last? And I can give you the answer. It can last until the old people like me all die away, right? Because there won't be many to step in and take over as the generation ages. And even now, the real relevance in society of the Christian church has fallen so low that, in fact, it's a joke. Society thinks of it as a joke. That's the truth of it. Whereas once, it was held in high esteem. That's where things really are. And it's going to move from being a joke to being held in absolute hatred and disdain, as it is by many people already. That's where it's all going. And as that happens, believe me, it'll only speed up how quickly people are leaving a sinking ship. That's the truth of it. Well, if this is all true about the Christian church, you might wonder, what must I do so that I will not share in the judgment of the apostate church? Because surely you know, if this church is misrepresenting God, there has to be judgment, right? So, if you're a part of it, you have to think that some of that could come your way. Well, in fact, in the first century, that's exactly what was going on then. But then it was the Jewish religious system that had become apostate. That's what had happened. And when Peter presented the truth and the facts to many of the people from that system that were gathered together, they responded. Here's that information. Now, when they heard this, they were cut to the heart and said to Peter and the rest of the emissaries, "Brothers, what shall we do?" They saw their sin. They saw they were connected with something that was sinful before God. They wanted to know what to do. I think that's a real good question for right now with the Christian church, isn't it? What shall we do? Peter said to them, repent. Now, the word repent literally means turn around. Don't keep going in the same way. Turn around into the right way. That's what it means. And be immersed, every one of you, in the name of Yeshua, the Messiah, for the forgiveness of sins. Now, let me tell you that those Jews were in a covenant with God. They were believers in that sense. And yet, they needed to be immersed in Yeshua Messiah. You may be a Christian. Maybe you were immersed in some church that is an apostate church. Be immersed in the name of Yeshua Messiah. Repent of all that and become a disciple. Save yourselves from this crooked generation. Well, here's why this is becoming so urgent. We have the question, what will happen to the church system? She is morphing into Babylon the Great of the Scriptures. That's what's happening. Revelation 17 speaks of this in prophetic language. I saw a woman dressed in purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having in her hand a golden cup full of abominations and the sexual immorality of the earth. And on her forehead a name was written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of the prostitutes and the abominations of the earth. You can follow this strand all the way back to the 2nd century, but especially in the 4th century with the crystallization of the Roman Church. It's the big show and not the reality. That is Babylon the Great. The purple and scarlet, the gold, the precious stones, the glitz. That's what Babylon the Great is, and not the substance. The scripture says, fallen is Babylon the Great, and she's become a habitation of demons, a prison of every unclean spirit. That's what you find there, friends. Demons and unclean spirits. For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her sexual immorality, The kings of the earth committed sexual immorality with her, and the merchants of the earth grew rich from the abundance of her luxury. That is the Christian church and all of the daughter churches. It goes on here with a call, a serious call when we consider the days, when we realize that we are deep into the last days. The corruption of the church, the apostasy of the church, as well as what we see in the corruption of the world around us, and so many of the signs, all show that we are drawing closer, closer, closer to the end of this age. So that this call must be louder and clearer. Come out of her, my people, that you have no participation in her sins and that you don't receive of her plagues. If you studied the Torah, you would know there is such a thing as responsibility, community responsibility. That if you are part of a community that you are giving your energies to that does evil in the sight of God, that you share in that responsibility. That is a fundamental principle of Scripture. And that is why the Word tells us, come out of her, my people. It's saying my people because there are still many who are his people that are in Babylon. And friends, you need to get out of there. You need to leave the big show. You need to get on with being a disciple of Yeshua Messiah. That's what this is telling us. For her sins have reached to the sky, and God has remembered her iniquities. Therefore, in one day, her plagues will come. Death, mourning, and famine, and she will be utterly burned with fire. For the Lord God who has judged her is strong. Now, the Christian church is living in a fantasy. They believe that despite all of the sins of the Christian church from its beginning to this day, that somehow they are special. And they will not have to pay the price for that. And that instead, they're going to be raptured away to heaven. They are going to dodge the bullet. And let me tell you something that is absolutely a fairy tale and a fantasy. It's not going to happen. What I tell you by the Word of God, what is going to happen is that the Christian church is going to completely morph into this evil organization, Babylon the Great, which is going to fully crystallize during the Great Tribulation period for the wicked thing that it is. Because it started out with a wicked spirit, rebellious against God, and that is going to come to its absolute completion during the tribulation period. It will be clearly seen by all, and that is when Babylon will be destroyed in one day. Totally come to an end in one day. When that day comes, don't be anywhere near it. And why wait till then to get out? Why wait? Why would you do that? When you leave the big show, friends, you're leaving Babylon. Come out of Babylon. Now you might be wondering, when I leave Babylon, where am I going to go? Because, people get pretty dependent on the big show. Everybody, well, a lot of folks like being spoon-fed, right? They can't really think about being out there on their own. How are they going to handle that? So they ask the question, where will I go? The answer is join the remnant. The scriptures tell us about a righteous remnant that will arise, that will come out of the apostasy in the last days. And it's happening right now. The book of Revelation tells us who they are. Revelation 14:12. Here is the patience of the holy ones. Who are the holy ones, the set apart ones, the remnant? Those who keep the commandments of God and the faith of Yeshua. Keep the commandments, keep the faith, the two things. And that they're not contradictory, that they go together. That's how it is for the remnant. That's who the remnant are. That is who needs to come out of Babylon to gather together with others of the remnant in real community to keep the commandments of God and the faith of Yeshua. So, it's really pretty simple, and I know that some of this might challenge some of the things you were taught in the church system. But they're not going to teach you things that have to do with their own destruction. They don't believe that, right? They can't even accept that that could happen. And the truth is, it has to happen because God does not change. They'll tell you in a heartbeat that God judged the nation of Israel because they were unfaithful to him. Why doesn't that apply to the church? Right? And if he did that with Israel, why isn't it sure that he's going to do that with the church? Isn't that absolutely certain? Do you have to be a rocket scientist to understand that? Come and see what we've got. Come to our website. You can register free. There's no obligation, and it's a very simple sign-up. That's at Tsiyon.net, Tsiyon.net. This is how you become a free member. Now, being a free member simply means now you have access to a lot of information. And once you get in there, we have a free seminar there for you about the book of Daniel. And if you watch that seminar, you're going to find out all about what's going on. You're going to watch that seminar and you're going to say, oh, well, that's why that's happening. And a lot that seems really crazy to you right now that's happening in the world around you is going to become very clear very quickly. You're going to find a lot of information that is going to help you grow as a follower of Yeshua Messiah. And of course, you're going to be able to decide whether or not this is the place for you, whether this is really meeting your needs, whether there's something authentic here, something more substantial for your faith as a believer than the big show. So just come, give it a try, and see if it doesn't help you along the way. I get a little animated about these things because you know what? I'm really feeling the urgency of all of this. I just have to tell you the truth. I'm very concerned about a lot of the believers, the ones that the book of Revelation calls my people, his people, that are still trapped in the Babylon system. And I know that the sooner that you separate yourself from that and get on the road, the narrow road, the better off things are going to be for you. The better things are going to work for you. And I so want that for you. So if you can hear me, come and give this a chance and join us. Leaving the big show.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call
Tonight we're going to talk about something that I think is very fitting on Sukkot, because Sukkot is a picture, in fact, of Yahweh's plan. The 8 days of Sukkot, like so many things in Yahweh's timing, point to His ages and His plan. And these things have been going on since the beginning of the world. He has had control of history and time, and He shows Himself to be the one who dwells in eternity, who is in total and complete control of His creation. You know, when you're down here on the earth, for a lot of people, it doesn't seem like that, because it seems like there's a lot of chaos. But the chaos that we see, that we experience, it's not too much for Him to handle, and many times He actually turns that to use in His plan. So we have a lot of trust in Him and in what He is doing and where everything is going to end up, where, as this last day of Sukkot pictures, will end up in the New Jerusalem with our Father and His Son Yeshua to dwell eternally with them. So let's look now at this question of the ages of the world. To many people, if you talk about the ages of the world, they might think about something kind of like this chart that more or less depicts what scientists say are the ages of the world. We go back millions and millions of years, and this is what people think today about the ages of the world. And this has been sold to us to such an extent that pretty much everybody believes this, that man has been on the earth millions of years, and that the ages of man are millions of years old. As a matter of fact, a scientist, Michael Walker, who specializes in what is called the quaternary period, that's an age set by scientists that is called the age of humans. And they claim that it's 2.6 million years old. And this Michael Walker said dating is absolutely crucial. It underpins everything. So they talk about the importance of dating these ages. And then he says the great breakthrough in quaternary archaeology was radiocarbon dating, Walker says. So just think about looking at a wall of rock. How are you going to figure out how old that is? Was anybody around when that rock was put there, other than the Creator? So how are you going to know how old that is? Let's say you find an artifact, perhaps a fossil. How are you going to know how old that is? Well, they invented a system called radiocarbon dating, and not to get technical about it, but it measures the half-life of radiation, radiocarbon radiation. So when you hear about things like that, that sounds like scientific. It goes over the heads of most of us, and we just assume that the scientists know what they're doing, and they must be right about these great ages of man. If radiometric dating is so crucial to dating the ages of man, then surely it has been validated as accurate. Wouldn't you assume that? Especially when you watch all these TV programs, school textbooks, and so forth that set out dates as if they know exactly what they're talking about. Well, the truth is, radiocarbon dating has not been validated as accurate. And in fact, the truth is rather shocking. We have a little video for you now.
Can the idea of millions of years of evolution be scientifically validated? Can we really prove this idea of deep time using the same observational science we use for making medicine and putting people on the moon? Validation is the process of confirming what is believed to be true by what can be observed to be true. Has this ever been done for radiometric dating, the process that gives us the very idea of long ages? Actually, long ages and radiometric dating hasn't stood up to the validation test. Radiometric dating has never been validated against the absolute known ages of rocks. Let us explain. Consider Mount St. Helens. This volcano erupted in the 1980s, giving scientists the opportunity to date the rocks that were formed from the eruption. The results? 5 different ages, all between 350,000 and 2.8 million years old, for rocks that we know were less than 30 years old. This discrepancy happens all the time in radiometric dating studies. In fact, there has never been a radiometric dating analysis that simply produces ages that validate to the known ages of rocks. And if radiometric dating doesn't work for rocks of known ages, why do we trust it for rocks of unknown ages? So the next time you hear millions of years ago this happened or that, just ask, how do you know that for sure? And if radiometric dating is the answer given, just ask, are you aware of a study where the radiometric age of a rock agreed with the known age of the rock? And you'll find the answer will undoubtedly be no. The genealogies in Genesis lead us straight back to Adam, just about 6,000 years ago. Have you ever noticed how hard the world pushes the idea of millions of years? Books, movies, museums, schools, it's everywhere. But does any of this even matter? Well, consider this. Many people will only consider the Bible's message if they believe the Bible to be credible, both historically and scientifically. And if people don't believe the Bible got it right on the first page, who's going to trust the rest? So, because it takes faith to believe in either the Bible or the world's view of this distant past, is it a better choice to trust God or a fallible man?
Well, that's very brief, but it shows you the facts that if they use this method to date rocks whose age is known, such as from Mount St. Helens, that are 30 years old, they end up getting millions of years. So what does this tell you about that dating system? It's giving them a lot more time than is actually going by. It's not actually reliable. So we're not talking about that kind of method when we're talking about the ages of the world. We're talking about the ages of the world as found in the Bible. And we're talking about a field known as Bible chronology, or timing by the use of the Bible. And I think it's interesting to note that well-known and highly respected scientists, such as Kepler, for example, and even Sir Isaac Newton, whom many people feel is the greatest scientist who has ever lived, relied on Bible chronology in order to determine the ages of man. So it's not a stupid idea like many people would want you to believe today. So what exactly is Bible chronology? Well, to put it in a simple way, Bible chronology is the arrangement of Bible facts and events in order of time. In other words, in chronological order, to create a historical timeline. And you can do that for the entire Bible or some part of the Bible. For example, what you're seeing here is a simple child's timeline that attempts to look at the time period from the calling of Abraham to the time of King David, marking out important events in between. That's basically all a timeline is and what Bible chronology accomplishes. So we wonder, though, can we accurately use Bible chronology to create an accurate timeline of history? Consider this. Only the Bible contains actual written eyewitness documentation of the very earliest generations of man. And absolutely no other source of information can come close to that level of evidence. Any court will tell you that eyewitness evidence is the best evidence. And you don't have to figure out how long the radiometric dating is if you have the people that were actually living then giving you an accurate time record. Well, do they do that? Do they actually give us an accurate time record? Well, in Genesis chapter 5, it essentially closes out everything in the book of Genesis up to that point with these words. This is the book of the generations of Adam. So it's telling you that everything that occurred was either given by God to Adam and he reported it, or Adam himself was the eyewitness that saw it. And this closes that particular book. Goes on and says, in the day that God created man, he made him in God's likeness. He created them male and female and blessed them and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. Now, the other books all tell you about the person being born. This one tells you about Adam being created as his beginning. And then it says, Adam lived 130 years and became the father of a son in his own likeness after his own image, and named him Seth. So we know that from the creation of Adam to the birth of Seth was how long? 130 years, right? It's written in the book of the generations of Adam. And then it goes on and it says, Seth lived 105 years and became the father of Enosh. So now if we add 130 years and 105 years, we have a running count of the time since Adam was created through the time when his son Seth became a father. We call this sometimes the begats of Genesis. And this record goes in sequence without any breaks all the way to Noah and Noah's sons. I actually have done this timeline myself, and this is a copy of it. In fact, this particular timeline that you're looking at, I actually created around the year 2000. And what happened is this very presentation that I'm doing right now, I did back then. And I had overhead slides. And the part you see in white there was in an overhead slide, and I've put it now onto this slide from PowerPoint. And people have been doing this for hundreds of years, figuring this up, because it's very simple. It's just a matter of simple addition from one generation to the next. And this is incredibly reliable because each one of the sons, as they came along, added the information of the person before them as to when that person died. And then it got added on through those generations, through the book of Genesis. There is nothing else like this. There is nothing else that reaches back to the very beginning of mankind and sets out this kind of data. This is amazing. And really, there's nothing else that could possibly touch this. Well, if you use this information, as I've done in this chart, and you add the time all the way from the creation of Adam, what you find in the book of Genesis is a total of 1,656 years from the creation of Adam to Noah's flood. And all of this is carefully documented in the book of Genesis. Now from here, Bible chronologists take this information and then they move forward in the book of Genesis. And this information continues, and it tells us about Abraham. It tells us about the patriarchs. It tells us about the nation of Israel. And then in addition to this information, as it progresses through the timeline, we have major events of history. Many of them are documented even from other sources, so that all of this information can be put together to make a reliable timeline all the way back to the creation of man, an unbroken timeline. Is that not an incredible thing? Our Father in heaven wanted us to have that. Why would you give that up for some kind of a very, very iffy, dubious system like radiocarbon dating, when you have all of this actually set out by the people who actually lived, and it's been preserved for us in the scriptures? I think that's just an amazing thing. Well, intelligent, God-fearing, Bible-believing people for literally thousands of years have believed in this information. And it's been the mainstream belief among believers for thousands of years. And they've been tracking this information. For us in the modern world, the best known chronology is that of James Ussher. And he wrote this book around 1650. He was born in the 1500s. And it's called today the Annals of the World. And he carefully sets out all of this information as I've been explaining it to you, but then goes forward. He sets out all the chronological information from Chronicles and Kings about the time of the kings. All the reigns of the kings are there in a very similar way as what I was showing you in the book of Genesis, going down through time, setting out this timeline. And through his chronology, he figured that Adam was created in 4004 BC. He even gives it a date of October 23rd. And his chronology is the earliest systematic chronology and the most celebrated attempt at Bible chronology in the English language. But of course, he borrowed from earlier writers. At this time in history, those who were well educated all spoke Latin and Greek, and he brought forward information from those sources into his book. Ussher's chronology is incorporated into the margins of many King James Version Bibles, has been for hundreds of years and continues to be today. So that this is probably the main source of chronological information for most people in the Christian world. So what we see that Ussher did is by linking biblically specific Bible eras, the begats of Genesis, and other historical information, it was possible for him to produce an unbroken chronology of Bible history, which then overlaps with regular history so that you have an unbroken history from the time of Adam. So when you look at this and you realize that this information has been available for many hundreds of years, you kind of understand that things are different today than they used to be. Because this is a man by the name of Hugh Latimer, who, by the way, not only was a Bible scholar in Latin and Greek, but he also was a martyr who gave his life for his faith. And he said, the world was ordained to endure, as all learned men affirm, 6,000 years. Now you see, not only is he saying 6,000 years, meaning from the creation of Adam, but he's saying all educated people knew this. All educated people knew that in his time. And then he actually sets out the numbers. He says, now of that number there be passed 5,552 years. They knew exactly what year they were at. And then he says, so that there is no more left but 448 years. They were looking forward 448 years, believing that would be essentially the end of the world. And if we add those numbers together, that comes to the number 2000 AD. Ussher's proposed date of 4004 BC differs little from other biblically based estimates of the people that we would call learned men of that day. For instance, we've mentioned Johannes Kepler. He did a chronology, and his date for the creation of man was 3,992 BC. And then Sir Isaac Newton came up with a date of 4000 BC. Now, when you consider all of the Bible records that are involved in putting together a chronology, those chronologies are incredibly close to one another. And what could be the difference? Why would there be a difference at all? Well, because we have years, but we don't have months. So, if there was a movement of months, a little bit here, a little bit that way, it could change the end result a little bit. And so that's part of why there can be slight variations in these chronologies. But what is really amazing about them is that they are all so close together because the information in the scriptures is really so well documented and accurate. Now let's look at some other chronologies. For instance, I think people would be interested in the Jewish calendar. We see a date for the Jewish calendar, and often it doesn't agree with what these chronologies would say. And as I put in this slide, now this is another slide I pulled out of that teaching I did years ago. The Jewish calendar is based on the Seder Olam Rabbah, a Jewish work written in the year 240 AD. It records historical events from the start of creation according to a predetermined 6,000-year plan. Same thinking. According to the Talmud, the Midrash, and the Zohar, the Messiah must arrive 6,000 years from the time of creation. This is what they all believe, whether Jews or Christians. Now, interestingly, the Seder Olam Rabbah has errors. Here's some of the errors. The Persian period in history spanned 185 years from its start in 516 BC. Now, let me just say from other studies I've done, the Persian period is rock solid. There are literally thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of cuneiform tablets with dates on them that actually verify history from the time of Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon forward. So this time period is well known to us and well documented, and we're not just talking about documents that kings would have, but for instance, we have records of banking companies, and they actually have tablets that are just like the kind of banking forms and documents we have today. And they're very specific about dating for legal purposes and financial purposes. So if anyone should tell you in order to defend the Jewish calendar that, oh, well, our history is wrong, well, it's impossible that it could be wrong. Here's the truth about the Persian period and the Jewish calendar. The Seder Olam reckoned the Persian period as only 34 years. In other words, that's 151 years too short. Then the Median Empire reigned 109 years before joining with Persia. The Seder Olam allows only 18 years. There's another 91 years too short. Then in the Second Temple period, there's an error made of 2 years. So an adjustment has to be made there, leaving a net amount of 240 missing years. Why did that happen? Well, the truth is, according to other prophecy in the scriptures, the Messiah was to come exactly the time that Yeshua made his appearance on the earth. And many people believe that the whole purpose of the Seder Olam Rabbah was to hide that truth. And this could very well be true because there was so much hatred by the Jews against the Jewish believers. But at any rate, we have a missing amount of 240 years. So if you add that back into their timeline, what happens? Well, when you add that back in, then here's what happens. The year 2000 AD was the Jewish year 5760. You add 240 to that, and then the actual Jewish year becomes 6000 AM, or Anno Monday, or Year of the World. So actually, once you correct the Jewish dating from known historical sources, okay, then it agrees perfectly, extremely close, with the dating of other people such as Usher, such as Sir Isaac Newton. Now, if you get into this, some people might say, well, that dating is the same as the Masons. So if you adopt that dating, say you're adopting paganism from the Masons. People get freaked out like this, right? Sometimes. And the truth is, the Masons themselves say that their system of dating, which they call Anno Lucius, the year of light, doesn't that creep you out? But they say their system is not from the Masons, but comes from Usher's chronology. So they actually borrowed this from the Christians rather than the other way around. So if you accept the biblical chronology, that doesn't make you a Mason or agreeing with the Masons. But I think it is interesting that they have adopted that same chronology, essentially that same chronology, so that according to them, the year 2000 was 6,000 years in their dating of Anno Lucius. Here's something that's very interesting. The creation of Adam is astronomically fixed, that is, by the stars and by the heavenly bodies. This was done by a chronologist named Jean Falstich, the founder of the Chronology History Research Institute. And many of the incidents in the Bible give astronomical information, telling what's happening in the heavens and so on. And Falstich said this: astronomical dating is an exact science in which we can, with the aid of computers, examine biblical events in light of astronomical occurrences. We can take the chronological data given by Noah in Genesis during the flood, and with computers, convert this date into a meaningful calendar. We also note that Noah was on the ark for one solar year of 365 days. The Noah flood events synchronized perfectly with the solstices and equinoxes. So, have you ever read what Noah said about the flood? It reads like something you might call a captain's log. And it logs the events that happened during the period of the flood. And it gives information that gives you a full picture of what happened. And this makes it possible to use astronomical information to date the flood. He goes on and he says, with today's astronomical computer technology, we're able to accurately determine that the flood occurred in 2345 BC and that the first flood rain started to fall on May 14th, 2345. Well, if we take that date for the flood of 2345 BC and we add the remaining years to bring us to 6,000 years, then we will end up at 2000 AD. And the creation of man would be 4001 BC. Because remember, we have the begots, and we can figure them right down to the time of Noah's flood. So we have all of that information astronomically fixed. We're talking about real science here. And this agrees so very closely with what Usher was able to do without the aid of a computer or astronomy, a difference of just 3 years. Isn't that astounding? Now let's talk about these different methods and the differences in them. The astronomical chronology designated 4001 BC as the year of man's creation. And these different calendars, while coming to pretty close to that same dating, nevertheless have some differences. For instance, the reconciled Jewish calendar begins with Tishri in the fall, so it's offset 6 months from the astronomical dating. The Masonic calendar of the York and American Rites actually begins with January. So again, it's some months off from the others. And then finally, the Torah calendar, which is the calendar that we use here at Tsiyon, comes to exactly the same timing, begins with 4001, comes to the year 6000 in the year 2000, begins in the month of Aviv, in the spring, because this is what the Torah designates as the beginning of the year. But all of these are keyed to 4001 as the time of Adam's creation. So as of this particular talk that I'm giving right now, which is in Sukkot of 2018, the Torah year is 6018. Well, we notice what Latimer said, that all learned men knew that the world was ordained to last only 6,000 years. And we've seen that the biblical data, historical data, and astronomical data all point to the year 4001 as the date for man's creation. Yet, the world did not end in 2000 AD. You know, in the 90s, a lot of people were getting very excited as it got closer to the year 2000 because they were really thinking that the rapture would happen then, or the kingdom would happen then. And it was a real downer for a lot of people. They were very disappointed by the fact that none of that did happen. I have a 2000 AD story. In the Torah year that began in 1980 AD, which was basically 20 years until the end of 6,000 years of the ages of the world, I was called into an end-time ministry. But I was not sent out specifically to do that ministry right away. Instead, I was led to do other things for quite a long time. And all of this was part of my training for the ministry. But as it drew closer to the year 2000, I was starting to get very concerned because I knew that Yahweh had an end-time ministry for me, and yet he had not yet sent me into that specific ministry. And I was really worried about it. I thought maybe somehow I missed it. I thought maybe somehow I did the wrong thing and zigged when I should have zagged. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever felt like that? Like you kind of question, wow, am I really on the right track here? And you're searching for an answer. Well, it was about this time, just before the year 2000, in the late 90s, that Yahweh started giving me dreams. And I've spoken about this before. In these dreams, I was inside this super big machine that was so big, I couldn't really tell what it was. It has these gigantic gears and everything in it, but it was just so big. It would be kind of like being an ant inside of a pocket watch or something. You just wouldn't know, what is this? And I don't know if you've ever had recurring dreams, but if you're having recurring dreams, for a while, you don't remember them any better than other dreams. But it seems like they start making sort of an impression in your memory after you have the same dream long enough. And that's what was happening to me after a while. And it made me start calling out to Yahweh and saying, what is this dream you're giving me every night? And then I had the dream again. But I had a different perspective where I could see all of this in relationship to all the rest of it. And I realized it was Yahweh's great clock in the heavens. Because, you know, when he set everything into the heavens, the sun and moon and all the stars, he said he did it for us to keep track of time. His time. And he was directing my attention to his time instead of man's time and man's ideas about time. And this put a desire in me to start praying and asking him to reveal to me his time. And a whole lot of stuff happened with that. For instance, he revealed to me about what we call holy time, which is the way his people, Israel, are to keep his time, including this feast that we're having right now. And I got all of that then. And that's when, in fact, I wrote a website up that has all this information that we follow now, which I later turned into a book called Holy Time. All of that was written back then. And, of course, I wondered about all of this, right? The year 2000 and all of that. And looked into it, studied into it. That's when I learned all these things that I've been sharing with you and I'm sharing now. I've been sitting on this for 20 years, waiting for the right time to talk about these time issues. So it actually was this issue of 6,000 years of the ages of the world about to come to an end in the year 2000 that spurred me to begin looking into all of these issues much deeper. And Yahweh honored that by giving me understanding of these matters. And so here's what I wondered. 2000 AD, what went wrong? All the chronologies seemed to be accurate. It all seemed to be right. And yet, the year 2000 came and went. And what was expected didn't happen. Let me explain what I learned in the simplest way that I can share it. Essentially, the math was right, but the expectations were wrong. They expected the wrong thing to happen in the year 2000 because they were mixing up apples with oranges. And if you know the cliche, you know you can't do that. They accurately calculated the years of the world since the creation of Adam. However, it's not that measurement of time that will determine when the Messiah comes and when the age ends. That's where they went wrong. Actually, what they weren't seeing is what I shared with you in my last presentation on this subject, that the seventh creative day, when Yahweh rested, was not just one day long. There is no record there, as I showed you, of Yahweh closing out that day like he did the other six. And in fact, we have scriptures thousands of years after Adam where it's specifically telling us that that seventh day had not yet ended. And even telling us that we can enter into that seventh day on which he rested. So in other words, that seventh day is thousands of years long. And that is the timeline that Yahweh is going by, not the timeline from the creation of Adam. So in the scriptures, as I've explained, Bible chronology shows you the timeline of the years of the world from the creation of Adam. But it doesn't specifically give you a starting point for the seventh day. Adam was created in the sixth day. And a lot of different things happened in the Garden of Eden, still within that sixth day, before finally Yahweh closed out that sixth day, called it finished, and began that seventh day. So what was happening with this chronology is that all of the people, okay, all of them, James Ussher, Sir Isaac Newton, all of the Christians, all of the Jews who figured the time, none of them made that distinction, not one of them. And what they were doing, didn't realize it, is confusing apples with oranges. Very simple kind of mistake, an accounting error, if you will. So even though their math was right, their conclusions were incorrect, because these two time periods, though very close to one another in historical time, nevertheless are not exactly the same length. So what we have is all of the chronologies track the years since man was created, while none of them track the years of the seventh day. And that's what Yahweh is using to track time. So it's just like with everything else having to do with holy time. You know, you got to get off of man's time and get onto his time. That's all what it's about. This is just another aspect of holy time. That's what this is about. So the math was right, but the expectations were wrong. So we wonder, how long since man was created and the start of the seventh day? We'll call this a gap between the start of the ages of the world and then the start of the seventh day. The book of Genesis doesn't give us a number. So we don't know exactly what the difference is in the book of Genesis. But we do know this. If you start counting years at one point, as we see with the apple here, the point where man was created, but the seventh day starts later, you've got a gap, right? Then on the other end of that timeline of the ages of the world will reach 6,000 years having gone by before the other timeline that starts later reaches 6,000 years. Does that make sense? Can you follow what I'm saying? So, actually, when you understand this, then you have to realize that when the year 2000 happened, even though it was 6,000 years since man was created, it would have been impossible for the end to come because that seventh day had not reached 6,000 yet. It started later. It started later, so it ends later, right? It's that simple. Now, isn't that easy? Don't you think that's amazing that Sir Isaac Newton didn't figure that out? You know, Yahweh hides things. Isn't it interesting? He hides things. And he saves them to reveal to whom he wants to reveal them. This is a truth for the remnant of Israel, not for the Christian church. That's why in our little group here on Sukkot, I'm able to tell you something that all the great wise men of history could never figure out. It's not because I'm smart. It's because Yahweh hid it and chose to reveal it so that you would have it now. So, in talking about this, not just tonight, but other times, this first timeline from the creation of Adam, we will call the ages of the world. This is the ages of the world of man. And these are not actually marked out in 1,000-year periods at all. This is just a continuous history of man. And then we have the second timeline, and we can call this the sixth age of the seventh day that we're in right now. Or we could just call it the seventh day. And this seventh day, as we learned in our last presentation, is divided up in 1,000-year periods, the last of which is the Messianic kingdom. Although the second one is not as long as the first one because the first one started earlier, both of these time periods will come to an end at the same time, at Messiah's return. 6,000 years of the seventh day will come later than the year 2000. Apples and oranges. So that very simply is the logic. When we factor in all of the knowledge that Yahweh has given us about these issues, we find this logical error that all the chronologists have made, that they've all missed. And what does it show us? It shows us that Yahweh is always right. If something seems wrong to us from the scriptures, it's a human mistake, it's not his mistake. He did it all right. We just don't always understand everything. This is what happens. It happens to us too, doesn't it? I mean, in our walk as believers, have we not had to give up many things along the way that we thought were right, that we thought were of the Bible? We get more information, and then we realize, oh, well, this is different than I thought it was. I have more clarity on this now. This is what the truth is. This is a normal thing to happen with believers. So this is not meant in any way as a condemnation of those men who worked very hard to try and understand what the scriptures were saying and came tremendously close, didn't they, to what the truth is, but not exactly. And so we came to the year 2000, and many people were disappointed. Some people lost their faith over that. And that was totally unnecessary, because there is a reason, there is an answer. They just didn't know what it was then. Why didn't, I tried to show this to people on one occasion back then, and absolutely nobody was able to enter into it. And I'm sure the reason was Yahweh was closing their minds. He had hidden it. And I realized this is not for now. This is for later. And it has proved to be for later. So as we look at this, realizing that the ages of the world reached 6,000 years in 2000 AD, but the sixth age of the seventh day continued on, we see that there is a gap there, and we might wonder, can this gap be known? Is it possible for us to understand that length of time? Well, I'm going to talk about some of that in a presentation called The Last Age of the World.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Tsiyon Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Tsiyon Academy students are provided with study materials, the Tsiyon Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Tsiyon Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Tsiyon Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Tsiyon Academy student at tsiyon.org.
You know, a lifespan is pretty short. And recently I was talking with Dawn about this. And I was talking about how things were in the world when I was a kid. We were really amazed when the first satellite went up into space. It was called Sputnik. And everybody was worried because the Russians had gotten ahead of America. And today, how many satellites are sent up every day? Do you know? It's not even news, is it? There's so many blanketing the sky. The world has changed so much. And one thing that I see in the world is people have a very, very poor understanding of history. And because they don't really understand much about history, and I'm talking even people who should be educated people, right? But this isn't what they're teaching people today. And so they have a very poor understanding of history. I've been a student of history all my life from the standpoint of the scriptures. And what I've learned from history is that things go in cycles. And these cycles continue through history. And we are living in a certain cycle today that is really a cycle of catastrophe. This is detailed for us in what is called the Olivet Sermon. This sermon was given by Yeshua Messiah just shortly before his death to tell his disciples then and now about the things that would be coming. This message is very important to us because, as you will see as we go through this unquestionably applies to our time. So this is from Mark chapter 13, but you will find Matthew's version of this in Matthew 24, which is somewhat more extensive, and Luke's version of this in Luke chapter 21. And having all three of these Gospels is very important because from comparing them, we learn certain things we wouldn't know if we didn't have all of them. And you'll get an example of that tonight. So think about cycles in history, ages in history, and think about how those ages come to an end. That's really what we're talking about tonight. That's what Messiah was talking about. Now, as we go through this, I'm not going to go into each part of the sign that Messiah laid out. What we want to talk about tonight is more having to do with the big picture. I want you to understand something about the ages that Yeshua is dealing with here. I want you to get a picture over literally thousands of years. If you can see time that way, you'll have some inkling of how Messiah actually sees time. He is not locked into our short little lifespan. So he is able to tell us about the big picture. And that's what we really need to look at here. Here's how all this came up. It says here in Mark 13, 1 and 2, as he went out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, "Rabbi, see what kind of stones and what kind of buildings." Now, we've been talking about what was happening this last time that Yeshua went to the temple. Remember, he went there to judge it and to judge the power structure that was represented there. And he did judge them as worthy of destruction. And he told them that. So all of that had just happened now. And he's coming out of the temple. And you know what's happening? his disciples are looking at the buildings and are very impressed with the buildings. Now, somehow it seems to me they didn't fully get what Messiah had been saying because they're impressed with the buildings. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? The buildings were impressive, okay? But Yeshua was not impressed with the buildings. He said to them, "Do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone on another which will not be thrown down." With those words, he foretold the end of what is referred to as the Second Temple Jewish era or age. When they heard this, they immediately had a question. And I'm sure you would when you heard something so shocking. They said, "Tell us, when will these things be? What is the sign that these things are all about to be fulfilled?" Now compare that to what it has in Matthew. "Tell us, when will these things be? And what should be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world?" So Matthew has things in it that Mark didn't include. Matthew is bigger, quite a bit bigger, includes more information. The word world here is aeon, and it properly means age. Age, not like your birthday age, but an era of time. So it's not the physical world itself, but it's an era of time. As we compare these two verses, when they ask him, "When will these things be?" they're talking about the end of the Second Temple era, when the stones of the temple would be totally torn down, like he just said. But then it goes on where it says all these things. We see from Matthew, that's talking about the sign of his coming, his return, and the end of that age at the end of the world. So what we have in his answer to their question is one sign that is talking about the end of two different ages. Can you see that? Because they specifically asked him about two different ages. So that's what he's answering. Now, a lot of people don't pick up on this, so they get very confused as they read through these verses. And they say, well, is this talking about back then? Or is this talking about the very last days before he comes? And the answer is yes. It's talking about both. That's more simple, isn't it, when you understand that? Now, here's some confirmation from the Apostle Paul. And here he's talking about what happened with the failings of ancient Israel. And he says, now all these things happened to them by way of example, and they were written for our admonition, on whom the ends of the ages have come. You see, Paul understood the big picture. And he knew he wasn't just speaking for people living during that age. He was actually looking forward to this age at the end of the world when Yeshua would return. So he doesn't say the end of the age. He literally says the ends of the ages. Paul believed exactly what I just explained to you. Why not? He had that information from the Olivet Sermon. He understood that it was talking about two different ages. So that's what he's talking about. So, a lot of times people say, well, the believers in the first century, they thought that that was going to be the end and that Yeshua was going to return then. They say that because they'll find things in the scriptures where the believers back then used terms like the last days. We're living near the end. So they think that that means that those believers thought that they were living in the very last days. But say, they knew they were living at the end or near the end of that Jewish age they were in. That was the last days for that generation. So, again, people don't rightly understand much in the scriptures because they don't have the bigger view of history. They don't understand Yahweh's time, and they make big mistakes. Obviously, Paul wasn't seeing things that way. He saw the ends of the ages. He saw that those ages had much in common. They both were completing cycles and would have similar signs and would benefit similarly from the examples in Scripture. Well, now let's look at Mark 13:14. In Mark 13:14, Mark says this: when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing where it ought not, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Matthew says the same thing. It mentions the abomination of desolation. But in Luke, when it's talking about the same thing, it says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. So because we have Luke, we know that in this case, the abomination of desolation that Messiah is talking about is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now, why is it that Matthew and Mark are using a sort of code? You have to know what the abomination of desolation is, don't you, in order to understand what's being said. Whereas later, Luke is just telling us right out what it is. Well, it's because Luke wrote later after these other two, and it wasn't an issue anymore. There was no reason not to come right out and say it. But when Matthew and Mark were written, there was potential danger talking about this. And so biblical prophecy code was actually used to talk to one another. We ought to think about that, because having our own language based on the scriptures, having our own time based on the scriptures, is a protection for us against the enemies as we move closer into the last days. And realize everything in these verses tell us the whole world is going to hate you. Get used to that idea. It's going to get a lot worse than it is right now, and you're going to have to worry about what you say in front of people. And it might be a good time to start practicing some of that. Now, let's talk about the timing in that generation when Messiah was talking to them, okay? In Mark 13:30, Messiah says, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Now, as this applies to that era they were in. When he says this generation, what generation is he talking about? Well, isn't he talking about his own generation? And people who are contemporaneous with him? Let's take a look at Messiah's generation. Messiah was born in the fall of 2 BC. Now we have a radio program along with diagrams and charts and so on that totally prove this beyond a doubt. If you want that information, just let us know and we'll give that to you. So the next year in 1 BC, Messiah turns 1 year old. There is no 0 year. So after 1 BC, you are immediately in 1 AD. And Messiah is still 1 year old. And he doesn't turn 2 until the fall of 1 AD. So that means for most of the year, 1 AD, he's still 1. You follow me? So when it turns 2 AD, how old is he? He's 2, right? When he's 3, he turns 3 in the fall of 2 AD. But for most of that year, after he turns 3, it is then going to be 3 AD. As of January, right? The Roman time we're talking about. So down through history, whatever year of our Lord this is, tracks at the beginning of that year with Messiah's birth age. So it's very simple to track the years since Messiah was born. Right now when I'm talking to you, it's 2018. It's not the fall yet. So how old would Messiah be as a man if he was still here? 2018 years old, right? Doesn't that make it easy to figure the time? That means that at age 70, it would be 70 AD. Now, here's another chart that I made up that has some of the important events that happened during that 70-year period, starting with Messiah's birth and ending with the destruction of the city of Jerusalem with its temple. Here, we're going to explain the larger eras that we're dealing with. Now, I'm going to start with the previous Jewish era so that you can kind of see how this works. In the previous Jewish era, that era resulted in the building of the first temple by Solomon. But during that Jewish era, it had already begun before the temple was built, okay? Now, what happened was the people turned badly away and against Yahweh. And he continually tried to make them come back, but you know what? They kept wanting to be like the world. They kept wanting to go after other gods and do all the things against the commandments. And they became such a stench that Yahweh's own temple and city became offensive to him because it was tearing down his name. And he told them that would have to be destroyed in order to protect his own great name. So, in 587 BC, he sent the Babylonians to destroy Jerusalem. This is secular history as well as biblical history. And some Jews had already been deported by the Babylonians, but now this whole process was finished, and all but a few stragglers, considered totally unimportant, were deported off of the land and exiled in Babylon. That was an end of that Jewish era. Is that easy to tell? The end of Jerusalem, the end of the temple, the people no longer on the land. That was the end of that Jewish era. Interestingly, the scriptures prophesy that the Israelites, the Jews, would be exiled from the land for one generation, for 70 years. Here's how it worked out. In 539, Babylon fell to the Persians. The Persians were nice to the Jews. Good folks, really. And they said, well, you can send people back to your city. You can rebuild your temple. But you know what? Most of the people didn't want to go. They had gotten used to Babylon, and they liked it. A lot like the believers in the world today, isn't it? How many of them are going to go home with us in the second Exodus? A few, comparatively. A remnant who care more about spiritual things than being like the world. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Do you see what I'm saying about cycles? So anyway, a very small remnant returned. And they encountered lots of difficulties because there were other people there now. You don't just leave for 70 years and not have anybody else move in, right? So they had lots of difficulties trying to regain their place. And eventually they were able to rebuild their temple, which at that time really marked a new beginning of the Jews in Jerusalem. That's what they had been working for. Finally, they accomplished that in 516 BC, after one generation of 70 years. Well, in 516 BC then, it was the beginning of a new Jewish era. And the temple in Jerusalem, and the Jews now having control of that, is what marked the beginning of that era. Are you following me? Jerusalem. That's what we're talking about. That made Jerusalem Jewish once again. Jerusalem is Yahweh's time clock. 516 BC. They get to 2 BC. That's a long time later, isn't it? Hundreds of years. There's prophecies telling about the time. We're not getting into all those tonight. But the people were dull. Most of them didn't get what's happening. It took people from the east who weren't even from Jerusalem to know and understand what was going on when Messiah was born in 2 BC. Magi from a distant land in the east saw the signs in the sky and came to Jerusalem seeking the Messiah. They should have known. That era continued. But they were at the end of the age. They had arrived at the end of the age. They didn't act like it. Luke 19, 41 through 44, we have these verses. Speaking of Messiah, it says, he wept over Jerusalem, saying, if you, even you, had known today the things which belong to your peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. For the days will come on you, when your enemies will throw up a barricade against you, surround you, hem you in on every side, and will dash you and your children within you to the ground. They will not leave in you one stone on another, because you didn't know the time of your visitation. Think about that. They were being visited from heaven by the Son of God, and they did not know the time of their visitation. And because of that, look what would happen to them. Destruction was going to fall upon them. It is a sin not to know the prophetic time when you should know it. And there are consequences to not knowing. And we're going to see that as we progress here in the book of Mark. The time of Messiah's visitation, his generation did not pass away until his words had been fulfilled. He said this, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Look at this. July 29 and 30, 70 AD. Tish B'Av, the 9th day of the 5th month. The temple was destroyed, followed by the destruction of Jerusalem. This is exactly the same day on the Hebrew calendar that the earlier temple had been destroyed by Babylon. Is that a coincidence? I think not. This occurred within the 70th year of Messiah's generation. Just 2.5 months later, the date flipped, and Messiah would have turned 71. Was his word fulfilled? I think that's quite precise, isn't it? That's the end of that Jewish age. You see, the thing is, when you know history, and you know the scriptures, you can't be fooled. Nobody could set that up, right? Is some guy that hates the Bible going to go to the Romans and say, listen, you've got to go in there and attack them exactly in 70, exactly on this day? Doesn't happen like that, does it? It's history here showing you how Yahweh is in control of history itself. His prophecy is not wrong. Mark 13:14, when you see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not, then he says, let the reader understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. You see, when destruction fell on Jerusalem, everybody who was caught in there was in trouble. Over 1 million people. According to one estimate, 3 million people were killed by the Romans. And many more were taken into captivity. And quite a lot of people, died of famine during the siege. And some pretty awful things happened in there. It's a horrible story. It's absolutely a horrible story. And it's all laid out in horrible detail by Flavius Josephus in his War of the Jews. So, Yeshua was giving them a warning, telling them what to look for before that fell on that land. So he tells them, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. And we already saw in Luke that it says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. So that's really what it was. What the abomination of desolation was, is Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now it's amazing how this happened. Cestius Gallus came with the Roman troops and surrounded Jerusalem. This was in 66. And it looked for all the world like the whole thing was going to go down right then, because the whole city was surrounded and it looked like it was on right then. But then, you know what happened? Josephus says, for no good reason in the world, Cestius Gallus and his troops just left. They just picked up and left. And the believers said to themselves, well, that's amazing. And you know what they did? They said, wow, that's the sign. Let's pick up our stuff and get out of here. Isn't that amazing? That's history. That's history telling you that God is in control of history. That's history telling you that you must believe Bible prophecy to save your own life. Are you following what I'm saying? Realize that in this case, the believers had to understand what the abomination of desolation is in this context in the book of Daniel. That's why it says, let the reader understand. The believers had to understand Bible prophecy and act on it to be saved. What about these people that say, well, I don't follow Bible prophecy because nobody can understand that stuff? What would happen if these brothers and sisters had done that? What if they said, oh, Daniel's too deep for me. I can't really spend any time in Daniel. What would have happened to them? Yeshua gave them a clear sign. When they saw it, they needed to act on it if they were going to survive. Now, I don't know that this happened, but I bet you there are some believers there that said, oh, well, my Aunt Betsy is here, and she's not going to leave, so I'm not going to leave either. Oh, well, I don't know, this trip looks too rigorous for my cat to come with me, so I think I'm going to stay where I am. If they did that, they died or became slaves. Serious. Some of them might say, oh, well, Yahweh will protect me if I stay here. Don't be that dumb. If you do not obey his word, expect to get the same thing the world gets. Here's proof from history as to what happened. This is from a church historian from the 4th century. So he's writing it from a Gentile Christian perspective. He says, the people, Nazarenes, of the church in Jerusalem were commanded by an oracle given by revelation before the war to those in the city who were worthy of it, to depart and dwell in one of the cities of Perea, which they called Pella. To it, those who believed in Christ traveled from Jerusalem, so that when holy men had altogether deserted the royal capital of the Jews and the whole land of Judea, the judgment of God at length overtook those who had committed such outrages against Christ and his apostles and totally destroyed that generation of impious men. Don't you think this is remarkable? Don't you think this is like one of the most important things that ever happened in history? Messiah came. He told them that that generation would see this end of Jerusalem. He gave the sign to his followers, and here we have a historical account that they listened to what he said, they acted on it when they saw the sign, and they were saved, and the rest of Judea suffered this heavy end. Neon lights, right? Now, this is interesting. After that had happened, okay, in the next century, so we're talking maybe 60 or 70 years later, the Gentile church broke off from those Nazarene believers and labeled them as heretics. There were a lot more Gentiles then. So, people regard the original group as being the heretics and the Christians that broke away as being the continuation. It was actually the very opposite, right? Isn't that interesting? Another church historian wrote this about it. This heresy of the Nazarenes exists in the Decapolis in the region of Pella. From there it took its beginning after the exodus from Jerusalem, when all the disciples went to live in Pella because Christ had told them to leave Jerusalem and to go away since it would undergo a siege. Because of this advice, they lived in Perea after having moved to that place, as I said. So, he's calling the believers who obeyed Yeshua Messiah heretics. So who are the real heretics? The Nazarenes were the original Messiah followers who were saved by obeying him. The Gentile church broke away from the original group. And what did they give us? The Roman Church and the Dark Ages and all the lies of Christendom. It's not hard to figure out who the real believers are and why we need to get out of the pagan church system. Well, that gives you the picture, I think, pretty well of that Jewish age. Now you understand there had been an earlier Jewish age, and that one didn't end well either. There was a generation there for them to get their act together. Then there was another Jewish age. We just talked about the end of that when Messiah came, right? One generation of 70 years, giving them a time to repent, giving those who would listen a chance to be separated out from those who were going to receive the judgment. That's exactly what happened during that time period. And then in the end, kabam. Luke 21 puts it like this. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation is at hand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains, where they fled to Pella. This is in the mountains of Syria. Let those who are in the midst of her depart. Let those who are in the country not enter therein. For these are days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. Woe to those who are pregnant and to those who nurse infants in those days. For there will be great distress in the land and wrath to this people. They will fall by the edge of the sword and will be led captive into all the nations. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. This is so simple that it amazes me that people don't understand this. It is so simple. What Yeshua is telling us is that era, that age of the Jews in Jerusalem was going to meet a violent and bloody end. Isn't that easy to say? And then they were going to be led captive into all the nations. Did that prediction come true? And then it says, Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles. Did that happen? Was there now a new age, an era, where Jerusalem was trampled down by the Gentiles? Did that happen? And was that age ever at a point where it was fulfilled? In other words, that Gentile age was at an end, which implies then a new Jewish age, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Here's a little chart I put together for you. 70 AD. Jerusalem was destroyed. All that we talked about happened. It was the Romans that did it. And now Jerusalem was in their hands. And it is true that later, in the 2nd century, there were some Jews that tried to mount opposition to try and get Jerusalem back again. But that failed. Later, the Byzantines, Christians, had a period of time where they ruled over Jerusalem. Later, there were Muslim conquests, and this kind of different Muslims did this. And then, of course, there were their Christian crusaders that took back Jerusalem, or I shouldn't say take it back because they never had it, who took Jerusalem. The Mamelukes and Ottomans, Muslims, took Jerusalem. And in 1917, the British took it at the end or near the end of World War I. And finally, in 1948 to 1967, it was under the control of the country of Jordan. You see why it uses the language, the times of the Gentiles? Because there were different times here, a lot of different Gentiles. The scriptures are very specific in the word choice. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Well, what would you expect to happen when the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled? Knowing the history, wouldn't that mean you have a Jewish Jerusalem again? Times of the Gentiles are over. You have a Jewish Jerusalem again. What we're talking about is the liberation of Jerusalem. June 7th, 1967. Can anybody argue with that? The Six-Day War. I was a young man when this happened. It was one of the most amazing things anybody had ever seen. It was all over the news. And it truly was incredible. The Jews were once again in control of Jerusalem, and they still are. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So what does this mark? Does it not mark a new Jewish era in Jerusalem? Mark 13 goes on from this point. As a matter of fact, each of these goes on here, but we're looking at Mark's version right now. It says, in those days after the oppression, that is, after the tribulation, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will be falling from the sky, and the powers that are in the heavens will be shaken. Well, all of these things are signs that are also mentioned by the Old Testament prophets, things that happen right before Yeshua's return. Goes on, then they will see the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory. Then he will send out his angels and will gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of the sky. So how does this third age of a Jewish Jerusalem end? It ends with the return of Yeshua Messiah. That's how it ends. It goes on and it tells us some more here to help us understand about the time. Now, what you're looking at is a picture of an early fig. This is when, in the spring, the leaves are sprouting, blossoms come out, but there are some early figs that are edible. Now, from the fig tree, learn this parable. When the branch has now become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that the summer is near. Even so, you also, when you see these things coming to pass, know that it is near at the doors. Let's go through this. Now, Gill's commentary has a nice explanation of what this is saying. It says, when its branch is yet tender, Gill writes, through the influence of the sun and the motion of the sap, which was bound up and congealed in the winter season. And my comment here, bound up in the winter. The winter is this long period of the Gentile times, right? But sap is now flowing. Israel is once again in the land. And puts forth leaves, and Gill writes, from the tender branches, which swell and open and put forth buds, leaves, and fruit. And I put new growth. New growth. Could this be the returning remnant of Israel? And it goes on, you know the summer is nigh, spring being already come. In other words, the fig tree putting forth her green figs is a sign that the winter is past, spring has already come, and summer is at hand. So I think this is where people make a mistake about the fig tree. A lot of times they say, well, the fig tree is Israel, and the beginning of the generation has to be then when Israel became a nation. But when you look at the words more closely, what this is telling you is that the sign occurs when it's already springtime. In other words, there's already evidence of Israel in the land. So it's later than the very beginning. And a couple Sabbaths ago, I brought up this slide, which was from our presentation in Matthew about figs. And it's not exactly correct to say, well, figs picture Israel. They don't just picture Israel. They picture rotten Israel and righteous Israel, right? And according to Jeremiah, the good figs are the figs that are the first ripe figs. The spring figs, the ones, by coincidence, that Messiah is talking about in his parable. The first ripe figs we have seen picture the righteous remnant of Israel. So, this portion of Scripture is not exactly talking about what people think it's talking about. It's really talking about the remnant springing up. And this is a late sign. It happens relatively late in the process. It's happening now, and we're pretty late in the process. It's spring. And when this fully happens, when it's finished, summer is near. It's at the doors, it says. In other words, we're there. When the remnant of Israel are raised up and they return to the land, it is a very short period for all of the end time events to tick off very rapidly and for the Messiah to return. Mark 13, 32 and 33. But of that day or that hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Watch, keep alert, and pray, for you don't know when the time is. Well, we've talked about this before. This phrase, that day or that hour, no one knows, actually refers to one of the feasts, Yom Teruah. We can never know exactly what day it's going to be because it falls at the end of the dark of the moon. And that period can be 2 days or it can be 3 days. So the only way you can know when it comes is by watching. This is all about watching here. This is Yeshua Messiah telling us he's going to come at a feast of trumpets, but it's also him telling us we need to watch. Now he says, you don't know when the time is. Does that mean you can never know when the time is? Interesting question, isn't it? Mark 13, 35 through 37. Watch, therefore. You don't know when the Lord of the house is coming, whether at evening or at midnight or when the rooster crows, or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he might find you sleeping. What I tell you, I tell all, watch. He said, no one knows the day or the hour. And here, as an example, he gives us hours of a single day. He doesn't use a metaphor of months or years. He's using a metaphor of hours in a single day. What do you think we're going to be doing when we get to that Yom Teruah? I don't know about you, but I'm not going to be sleeping. I'm going to be watching. Here's from 1 Thessalonians 5, 2 through 4. For you yourselves know well that the day of the Lord comes like a thief in the night. We heard that from Peter, didn't we? A verse from Peter that was read tonight. For when they are saying peace and safety, then sudden destruction will come on them like birth pangs on a pregnant woman, and they will in no way escape. But you, brothers, aren't in darkness, that the day should overtake you like a thief. Well, this stacks up pretty well with what we saw with Messiah's generation, doesn't it? They had all these signs. They had a particular sign to look for, a prophetic sign. So they didn't know when it was going to happen. But then once they saw the prophetic sign, did they then know it was about to happen? They did, didn't they? You see, for a period of time, people might not know. But then when the prophetic signs happen, then we're going to start to know, aren't we? Look at this. Have you thought about this? The months of anti-Messiah's reign define the time with certainty. When we get there into the tribulation, we know that the anti-Messiah is going to rule for 42 months. This is expressed in prophecy in a number of different places. 3.5 years, 3.5 times, 42 months. It's given to us in different ways so we can know exactly the time. So, when anti-Messiah's reign starts, will we not then know the time when Messiah is going to come? Isn't that a lot like what happened in the first century when they saw the armies? So you see, when he says no one knows, it doesn't mean forever nobody will know. Certainly when it happens, they'll know. Back up 3.5 years, when the Antichrist is in power, they'll know. What about backing up some more? Are there other prophecies that will tell us the time? Not the day or the hour, but the time, so we can be ready. Well, we're not in darkness like the world. It should not catch us like a thief. As we've already seen, not knowing the time is a sin that can get you killed. We will need to know the time. The final generation. That's the generation we're in that started in 1967. Yeshua said, most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. End of the Gentile times. End of the age. One generation. 2 times before us, when the end of the age was ticking off, we had a generation of 70 years. You do the math. Here's a chart that I adapted a little bit that was from a video that was mentioned tonight. This is a video that was from a presentation in 2015. We have this on DVD and other places, should you want to have it. And I'm not going to explain it all, but what it's showing here is the biblical Shemitah cycles since 1967. And what you have is 10 Shemitah cycles. That's what's showing here, because 10 Shemitah cycles is 70 years. Very interestingly, on each Shemitah year, which is the 7th year, which is a biblically significant time in Yahweh's cycle, he counts time in 7-year cycles. And the 7th year is a Sabbath year, just like the 7th day is a Sabbath day. And these days and years are very significant. And if you look at these Shemitah years through this time period, since 1967, what you find is major events happened relative to Israel. And you also find major events happened relative to the whole world in some cases. The last Shemitah year was 2015. And it was a doozy. It was an amazing year, spiritually speaking. And remember that star I talked about that shone and was the sign that Messiah had come? Well, we had a repeat of that same star in 2015. Just an accident? Just chance? Well, actually not. If you look at my Daniel seminar, which you can view free at the Tsiyon.net website, you'll find out about that Messiah star. And you'll find out what it means. A lot happened in 2015. Well, now we're almost halfway in the next Shemitah cycle. Next Shemitah year is 2022. There's only 2 more after that. And the last one, interestingly, falls upon the very 70th year since 1967. We have 2.5 Shemitah cycles left in that time period that I have charted out. This generation will not pass away. The home stretch is ahead of us. You think you should change your life at all? Do you think you should talk to Yahweh about it at all? About what this means for you? If you want to know, he will make that known to you. Mark 13:13, our closing verse. He who endures to the end, the same will be saved. And that's the ends of the ages.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
we see that Charles Darwin wrote a book, and it was published in 1859. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title, it's telling you what he's really saying. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. Here's a newspaper article from Australia. The headline is "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution.
Often when racist history is cited, such as stories of slavery, colonialism, genocide of indigenous people, or Nazi atrocities, blame is directed towards the Bible and Bible-believing people. However, a closer look at actual documentation points to another culprit behind elitist racist atrocities. That culprit is Darwinian evolution. This obscured fact of history needs and deserves to be revealed. The film, Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, was made to set this record straight. See it today. See Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, www.truthpoint.info.
Welcome, friends, to our Remnant Expectation Seminar tonight. Before we begin, why don't we just have a word of prayer? Father, we come before your face tonight and we just want to thank you that you have put the treasure of truth in your word. And that here in these last days, you are opening this up to us to help us know what to expect, what's ahead of us, even to understand some of your reasons, Father, for your plans. And this gives us greater confidence for the future. We want to thank you tonight, Father, for all of your remnant people. We just pray, Father, that they all might be gathered together out of all the nations, and that your remnant nation might be reestablished in this earth. We want to give you glory, honor, and praise tonight, and we ask you, Father, to be in this presentation. We pray in Yeshua's name. Amen. We've talked about the king of the north, and we've learned a lot about the king of the north. We're going to learn more, too. But tonight, we're going to move south. We're going to look at the king of the south at the time of the end. And we're going to look at a chapter of Scripture that's very little understood, that has puzzled many people. And we're going to see how that fits into this prophetic picture. Those who have been with us for some time know that since before 2008, our teaching here has been that King Gog will be from modern-day Turkey. Now we have added that King Gog is the same person as the end-time king of the north of Daniel 11. But in looking at that, we do find similarities between the different accounts that help us to know that this is all the same personage. In Ezekiel 39, in Joel 2, and in Daniel 11, in all of these cases, it's talking about the last days. It's talking about, in fact, the time just before the tribulation. And in each of these three places, it indicates the same area as the area in which this vast northern army, under the leadership of the personage whom Ezekiel calls Gog, as coming to its end. Not by a military opponent, but by Yahweh himself. In one case, it says Gog will fall on the mountains of Israel. In the book of Joel, it says the northern army, with its face to the eastern sea and with its back to the western sea. And Daniel says, between the seas in the glorious holy mountain. So, unless we're going to have three different attacks on Israel right at the end, just before the tribulation, then these, of course, all have to be talking about the same attack. So, in addition to this, let's look at the things that are the same. In both Daniel and Ezekiel, this happens at the time of the end. In doing a detailed analysis of the area involved and the history, we find that the leader is from modern-day Turkey, that he leads a large, vast army, and that he's brought to his end by Yahweh in a specific place in Israel. And then Daniel says that he goes to Egypt first. We don't find that in the book of Ezekiel. So, does that throw us off? Well, let's look a little further about this. Here's what it actually says in the book of Daniel, 11 verse 40. At the time of the end, the king of the south shall contend with him, that is, the king of the north. And the king of the north shall come against him, the king of the south, like a whirlwind, with chariots, with horsemen, and with many ships. And he shall enter into the countries and shall overflow and pass through. So from this, we learn that it's the king of the south, Egypt, that is going to contend with the king of the north, and then the king of the north will respond to that by coming against the king of the south like a whirlwind. And it says the king of the north will overflow and pass through every country standing in his path on the way to Egypt, because he's making such a lightning attack on Egypt. And we even saw, it mentions that he goes through Israel. Now that seems kind of strange, because in Ezekiel it talks about him actually coming to his end in Israel. When we actually compare these more closely, Daniel and Ezekiel, what we actually find is that there are no details that are directly opposed to each other. But both accounts, each of them, include information the other account doesn't have. Therefore, if Ezekiel does not mention the Egypt invasion, that would only mean that Daniel 11 brings in additional details that were not included in Ezekiel. And that's not an uncommon thing with prophecy. A lot of times you'll have certain details in one area of the scriptures about prophecy. In other places it will give you more information. In this case, we have two different vantage points. In Ezekiel, it's talking only about Israel. In other words, it's talking about Gog only in relationship to Israel. Whereas in the discussion of the king in the north and the king of the south, it's talking about how that conflict between the king of the north and the king of the south would figure in things in the last days regarding Israel. So each of these is looking at this from a different direction. This is why they each bring in different information. But that having been said, there are some verses in Ezekiel, although they don't specifically mention Egypt, they seem to acknowledge that Gog will be positionally in Egypt at the time of his final attack on Israel. For example, Ezekiel 38:4. Yahweh says, I will turn you around and put hooks into your jaws, and I will bring you forth with all your army. Well, if Yahweh is bringing Gog out of Turkey directly into Israel, why does he need to turn him around? He would only need to be turned around if he's already gone forth, right? And then he needs to be brought back again. So this little phrase is indicative of the fact that Gog has already moved out of Turkey at the time that Yahweh brings him forth. Now look at these other verses. From Turkey, you must go down to get to Israel. Turkey's in the north, so you have to go down to go to Israel. Look at all of these verses that have Gog going up instead of going down. Ezekiel 38:9. You shall go up. You shall come like a storm. You shall be like a cloud to cover the land, you and all your hordes and many people with you. Well, if Gog goes up from Turkey, he's not even going to end up in Israel, is he? Ezekiel 38:11. You shall say, I will go up to the land of unwalled villages. Doesn't that assume that he must be below where the unwalled villages are? You know, isn't this amazing about the scriptures? Because a lot of times things we read in the scriptures, you know, we just read through them and we don't always really see the importance. But this is why every word in the scriptures is so important, because it's all part of the story and it fits in with other things that Yahweh has said. Ezekiel 38:16, you shall come up against my people Israel as a cloud to cover the land. Again, up instead of down. And finally, Ezekiel 39:2, and I will turn you around and lead you on. So I've illustrated this very simply. We have this little map. As you can see, we have Turkey, which is above Israel. We have Israel, and we have Egypt, which is below Israel. The many go up verses in Ezekiel 38 and 39 agree with King Gog being in Egypt below Israel at the time of his final invasion of Israel, then going up to invade Israel at that time. Now, there's a number of reasons why this could happen this way. For example, he is motivated because of this competition with the king of the south to come against the king of the south. On his way through Israel, he sees a lot of stuff he wants. So why not go back and get it? When he finishes his main thing that he's got on his mind. That's basically, I think, what the story is. So, actually, the details do agree, and King Gog is the king of the north. And realizing this, we can put together a bigger picture of what happens in the last days. You know, a lot of times when we look at biblical prophecy, we tend to think in a very two-dimensional way. You can read most of it in a line or two, so you think, okay, one day this happens. And you don't necessarily even realize there's a whole geopolitical arrangement going on that brings these things about. All we have to do is look at what has happened in the Middle East since Israel has been a nation. And we see all of the developments that happened, all these major wars that happened, these different things that happened. And we realize that this doesn't just happen. There are circumstances that cause these different things to develop. And that's true here. So it tells us what the king of the north's objective is when he sets out. And it says he shall stretch forth his hand to seize countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. But he shall rule over the treasures of gold and silver, and over all the precious things of Egypt, and the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall follow at his steps. And of course, the account of Gog also mentions the Libyans and the Ethiopians being with him. Only after going to Egypt and getting rulership over all of the treasures of Egypt does Gog receive reports. Reports out of the east and out of the north, it says, that shall energize him. And it says he shall go forth with great fury to destroy and utterly to sweep away many. And it tells us that's when he moves up to Israel, between the seas and the glorious holy mountain. That's where he establishes his army. And it tells us he shall come to his end, and none shall be able to help him. So what are the reports that energize him? Well, there's a lot of different theories about this, and truly we'll have to wait until it happens to know for certain. But what I think is very likely, since it's from the east and the north, this is from his own people. To the east, you have Iran. In the northeast, you have Central Asia. These are both detailed out for us in Ezekiel as being with Gog. And then, of course, directly above to the north, you have his home country of Turkey. So if he's hearing from the east and from the north, that suggests to me that he's hearing from his own country and from his allies. I'm thinking what's happening is the army here is about to get much bigger after his success in Egypt. And they're wanting to join him on the mountains of Israel to take Israel. That's what I'm thinking the reports are. And that he then goes up to Israel and joins with the rest of his army from both the north and the east. And they all join together in Israel, thinking that with this vast army they've put together, they are about to take Israel, take all the treasures of Israel, and destroy Israel. So, putting these various prophetic scriptures together, basically what we see is that before Gog's final invasion of Israel, he will invade and rule over Egypt first. And that's a good thing for us to know, because it'll help us to understand when things are shaping up, right? And it kind of fills out the picture for us. Well, I have more. I'm going to go into Isaiah chapter 19 tonight. But before I do, today I recorded a little slideshow with Dawn. And it's kind of our personal connection to Egypt. I thought you might find it interesting since we're talking about Egypt tonight. So we're going to go into that now. And here's our slideshow. Dawn, thank you for agreeing to do our little slideshow about our point of congruence with the country of Egypt. I just think this is kind of interesting. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for inviting me. It's good to be here.
Well, our first slide here, I think, is probably familiar to people. This is a map. We see Israel on the map. We see Egypt on the map. But then, of course, there's a map inset into the Mediterranean. What is all this really about?
Well, like you, I love history. And so I took a class where a year before I went to Europe, I studied for college credit. And then I spent June and July of 1984 traveling all around Europe. And it concluded with pretty much what you see here on the inset map, a cruise of all these areas. So your cruise ship is your hotel, and you have all these land excursions. So I visited the UK, France, Rome, Athens, Turkey, Israel, and Egypt, and many of the islands in the Mediterranean.
We can see on the little map there a lot of places that are mentioned in Scripture.
Right. Many cruises have this trip where it's kind of walking in the footsteps of Paul and the apostles.
I see.
And that's kind of what they name it. And of course, this was for college credits. So we were actually doing this at a school level, studying things out.
Why am I jealous?
It was fabulous.
Yeah, I'm sure it was really great. Well, we want to talk a little bit about the trip, and we're mostly focusing on Egypt. But hey, the trip was fun, and we want to tell you about it. Can you explain this to us?
Yeah, this was something that happens once every so often. I don't even know what the exact statistic is. But, you know, we're on our cruise ship. We are just leaving Israel, where while I was in the land, I had some really amazing Holy Spirit type experiences, including Yahweh told me for the very first time, I didn't know I was Jewish or anything like that. I didn't know I had that family background at that time. And he told me that I was of the house of David. I had no idea what that even meant. And so I'm leaving the land. And they say, well, look to the aft and you see the moon. And it's coming out of the water of the Mediterranean, and it looks exactly like the sun. You can't tell the difference. And then they say, look to the front of the ship, and you see the sun setting. So if you didn't know it was east and west and which rose and set where,
right,
you'd have no idea. And it's this effect called antipodal that happens just once in a rare opportunity, and it just happened to happen just as I left the land. And we're on our way to Egypt. So it was kind of a cool marker that even all these years later, I remember.
Right. You know, I created this slide, and of course, you can't show something in front and behind you at the same time.
Yeah.
But it kind of gives you the idea, and you can sort of imagine one way you have the full sun, the other way you have the full moon. It must have been an amazing sight on the Mediterranean.
Yeah, and these aren't my actual photographs because, of course, they burnt up in the fire. And I had them, you know, with the back of the ship and so forth. And the one thing that's different when I was actually there is this literally took up the whole sky. You don't really get that perspective from trying to recreate an image.
Right.
And it was just amazing how huge the sun and the moon were.
Yeah, I'm sure it must have been fantastic. Now, this was before you got to Israel, right?
Right. And of course, because it's a full moon, and later on, you know, through you, we learned about holy time and the restoration of God's time reckoning, and when the Moedim are, the appointments to meet with him, I realized he told me who I was on preparation day in the land.
Yeah, you know, and this was kind of amazing because this is right around the same time that he was talking to me that I was of the house of David, but we didn't know each other.
Not yet.
So that's what is kind of interesting about all of this to me, is how we were sort of both being prepared
at the same time
for his purposes.
Yes.
Pretty fantastic. Well, a lot of great things happen in Israel, but our focus today is on Egypt. So when you left Israel to go to Egypt on your tour, this is where you ended up.
Right. So overnight you're sleeping and you wake up and here's where you are. You're at Port Said, and it's quite a ways from Cairo, but it's the entrance point to go to Cairo. And it's also at the very opening mouth of the Suez Canal. So it's connecting the Nile River with the Mediterranean Sea. And it's just as beautiful as it looks here, and even better.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Well, of course, anyone goes to Egypt, what's the first thing they're going to want to see?
The pyramids.
Absolutely. So, of course, we have to include a slide of that.
Right. And so, because this was for college credit, you know, we did meet with the Minister of Antiquities, and we had quite an in-depth, you know, college-level course about Egypt and all kinds of history and wonderful things in the museum. But of course, the highlight of the trip is going to the pyramids and seeing the Sphinx and eating meals there. It's just like a really amazing place. This is about where they sell the camel rides, which I got the pictures for all the gals that wanted to go on.
You weren't really a camel
rider,
huh?
No. I actually spent the time interviewing local people and getting one of the reports I needed to do for my class accomplished here.
Right. You know, one of the things that you find when you go to the Middle East, I went on a trip another time, but not to Egypt, but traveling through Jordan, it was a lot like this. And that is when you're at an attraction like this, you have lots of people.
From all over the world.
There's facilities. But then, you know, you get in your car or your bus or whatever it is, you set out, and this is basically what it looks like, right?
Right, and because all of my photos were lost in the fire, I of course went to look for illustrations that would make these points that we wanted to share with folks today. And I turned to Google Earth, and I was amazed at how much has grown up since then. So like when I went there, that road from Port Said to Cairo was very, very rural. You saw desert everywhere, mirages everywhere, and now there's quite a big buildup of city.
Right. Cairo is actually one of the largest cities in the world at this point. But what is it like when you're driving down a road like this in the middle of the desert and it's so remote like this?
It's very, very hot. When we were there, it was 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right.
So that's extremely hot, and you can't even imagine what that's like.
And I think this is what we might not know if we live in a milder climate. The reason why the people over there are fully covered with clothing.
Right. They told us that if you spend even as little as 10 minutes out in the sun in 120 degrees, it'll actually cook the blood in your brain. You have to wear a head covering. I mean, that sounds gross, but you literally get dehydrated almost immediately.
So here you are out driving this road, 120-degree heat, and what happens on your trip?
Well, this is where things went a little bit off the schedule. The itinerary was blown because our bus broke down. And this is the first time ever in my life I actually heard the Arab call to prayer.
Wow.
And it was kind of like the summary of my entire experience, culturally speaking, in Egypt. You know, I had been to Israel and had this amazing Holy Spirit thing. And when I got to Egypt, you could just feel something that was interesting culturally, intellectually, study-wise. But then there was something spiritually that just didn't quite feel right. And it was really typified when the call to prayer came. And you could just hear that echoing.
Yes, yes. So your bus broke down. Now, you're just telling us it's 120-degree heat.
Yes.
What was that like?
Well, we had no air conditioning, obviously, because the bus is broken. And there was some part in the engine that had totally failed. And on top of that, the windows didn't open because it was supposed to be an air-conditioned luxury coach ride, right?
Oh, yeah.
So at this point in time, we all did have water with us because the water in Egypt is not safe to drink for Westerners. It's just not something that we could tolerate. And so that is going very slowly. And everywhere you look, you see mirages.
Wow.
And you have no idea what that's like. I mean, you're just literally grueling and experience, and you're sweating, and you just want more water, and you can see it everywhere, but you know it's just that mirage effect.
Wow. So now with no air conditioning on the bus, I'm sure everybody must have got out of the bus and tried to get some air outside.
No, they wouldn't allow us off the bus because of that whole effect of the sun directly on your head makes you dehydrate even faster.
Right.
And so this is a real crisis survival situation, and it's probably one of the most grueling things physically I ever endured.
Wow. So how long were you?
I think we were broken down for about 12 hours.
Wow.
Not all of that was in sunshine, but majority of it was.
So and stuck in the bus?
Yes. And
Wow.
of course, once you're in a closed environment like that, it just really heats up like a tin can.
So what do you do while you're sitting there in the bus just waiting?
Well, you know, a lot of people sang songs, told stories. Some people were able to sleep. I wasn't. It was just too uncomfortably hot.
Right. And I'm sure you look out the windows a lot.
Yes, you do.
When you did that, did you see anything like this?
I sure did. This was the most amazing thing. The Egyptians are such hardy people. You have no idea until you go there. They're dressed similarly to this man here. Lots of people running around looking like that. Some people even put cardboard boxes over themselves to keep the sun off their heads. And they're out there with these rudimentary rake or shovel-like instruments that are kind of like a flat board on a pole, and they're just kind of raking the sand. It looks like such hard work, and they're out there for 18, 20 hours, whatever the sunlight allows them to do, and they're mining salt from the desert. So they literally somehow get the sand out of the salt and mine the salt.
It doesn't sound like a job that I would want to have.
No, and it was just amazing because as far as you could see, there's just desert and people mining the salt.
Amazing. So in one direction, you're seeing this,
right,
the salt mining. Now, also, you were right near the water, right?
Right. So where you see on the right here, that large body of water at the bottom frame, the darker blue, that is the Nile River, and where it ends, the Suez Canal starts, and it connects it with what's on top. The lighter blue area is the Mediterranean. And so all throughout there were these ship mines, just like you see there on the left. And so how that works is the part that's on the bottom that kind of has the floral pattern to it is the weight. And then they have this long string that holds the mine in place. And they can set them to different levels so that ships coming through can't see them. And while I was there, this was going off. And some of them were being set off by something like crocodiles or something that was in the water. The middle frames there are actually British and Americans were going there as part of NATO, helping to clean up the mines. And one of the British ships got sunk, and the bottom frame is what it looks like when a mine is accidentally exploded, when they're trying to make the passageway safe again. So we were hearing this to the right of us on our bus, broken down, going on, because this has just started happening. That particular July, there were a number of ships sunk in this region.
Well, this must have been rather unnerving, having your bus break down, 100-degree heat, you're there for hours, and you, from time to time, have these mines blowing up.
Yeah, and they're really loud. I mean, they're really loud. And so, obviously, those of us who were believers were all praying, and even just the endurance factor physically of going through this.
Right. Now, I understand that where your bus broke down was right by this strange-looking pyramid.
Yes, it was almost unbelievable. So what this is the tomb of the unknown soldier. They have many of these all throughout Egypt, but this is the one that's nearest Cairo. Now it's very built up around here, but then it was very rural. Like you could see a lot of sand and desert all around it. Now it's got a whole city around it. And you see there in the picture, when they were signing the peace treaty with the Israelis, Anwar Sadat. And he was assassinated going to a military event, an honorary event, at this particular tomb of the unknown soldier on October 6th of 81. I was there in 84, so it was just 2.5 years later. And he's actually memorialized and buried here at this particular event because he was literally shot right across the street. He had like a military place where he was sitting with Mubarak, his vice president, who then later became president for so long. And so when the bus broke down, we were not scheduled to go see this. It was just something we were passing. And it literally broke down where I was sitting on the side of the bus, where when I looked out, I was exactly parallel with this.
Right.
And I could see where he was laid to rest.
Right, right.
And it was quite something because, you know, I'd seen all that on TV and the news and watched it in the newspapers. So it was quite something to just think about him, his life, his agreements with the Israelis, he and the Israeli prime minister winning the Nobel Peace Prize and sharing it for this agreement between Egypt and Israel.
In a strange sort of way, even though you saw the pyramids and did other things, when you think of Egypt, you probably think about your bus breaking down right here, right?
It's true.
And that I found kind of interesting because, in a way, this is my point of congruence with you and your trip. When it comes to Egypt, this is our point of congruence. And I want to just talk about that a little bit. But, you know, before I do, I want to talk about Anwar Sadat. And I remember back then watching the events that were going on. And, of course, there were a number of wars with Egypt and with Israel. And there was great loss of life involved. And there was tremendous hatred on the part of the Muslims for Israel, as there is today. Anwar Sadat had been a part of those wars. And when he came to power in Egypt, amazingly, he chose a different path.
He did.
He chose the path of peace. And I think anybody that was alive back then remembers what an amazing thing it is that he took the initiative and he actually flew to Jerusalem and he approached the Israelis for peace. And this was with great pressure against him in the Muslim world. And he concluded the first peace treaty that Israel made with any of her neighbors in that entire region.
Truly, at the time, it was riveting.
It was really amazing. And I would like to say about him that he really changed the whole trajectory of the Middle East for Israel's benefit. And that has continued through the decades, and it still is continuing. It was almost overturned by the so-called April Spring, when Mubarak was forced out of office. But fortunately, it got turned back the other way again, and Israel and Egypt continued to cooperate under the terms of this treaty. And this has been a blessing for Israel. It has been a blessing for Egypt. And it would not have happened without the courage of Anwar Sadat, in my opinion, the greatest leader in the Middle East of all the Muslim leaders in my lifetime, certainly. And of course, the end result of this for him was the assassination. He was assassinated on October 6, 1981.
I remember that was the first time I ever heard the word fatwa.
Yes, right. And it was amazing. It was right on TV.
Right.
It's sort of a major point in my life that I will never forget. You know, just like you sitting out there in the hot sun across from this monument, you'll never forget that. The thing that happened to me, this was on the day he died. I happened to see this on TV.
Right.
And by the way, this is the same year the Lord called me into this ministry. earlier in this same year of 1981. And I was kind of amazed just watching this on TV. At the time, I worked at night, and of course, I had to sleep during the day. So after seeing this, I went to try and get some sleep, and the Lord gave me a vision on that day. And it didn't seem to be connected in any way to this. In the vision, what I saw was a view from space of the Earth, where basically you have the blue marble kind of thing, the Earth as the blue marble, the one place where there's life. And as I was watching this, I saw this spiral that was going towards the Earth. And it was our Lord Yeshua and all the angels behind him riding on white horses, spiraling down towards the Earth. And of course, that was an amazing thing to see. And then what happened was my perspective changed. And I was riding a bit behind, but right along with Yeshua Messiah. And when I saw that, I became very upset. Because I thought what he was telling me is that I failed my mission and he was going to bring me home.
You were going to pass away.
And yeah, I thought that's what he was saying. I was going to die. And then I was going to come back with him, of course, on that day. And it wasn't really that I was going to die that upset me, but that I wasn't going to finish my mission. And that just really upset me. And so it just totally floored me. And it was several days I was really quite upset about this. And then one day, as I'm driving in my car, and I'm still fretting about this and everything, he just spoke to me. And he said, "You're riding with me right now." Almost like, "You dummy, don't you get it?" And it's an amazing vision that I had and an amazing explanation that he gave me. And it continues to give me a lot of encouragement to keep moving forward. And I just think it's so interesting that that particular vision occurred on the day of Sadat's death. And then I had just seen that on television, especially now after decades have gone by. Because on that day, I had no idea why that was important.
Right.
But now I realize that Anwar Sadat is really a major figure of the last days because of making peace with Israel.
Right.
And what I understand about this is that Yahweh has shown favor to Egypt, and he continues to show favor to Egypt because Anwar Sadat reached out to make peace with Israel. So even though Egypt got started kind of bad with Israel, and even though there's a lot of people there still that hate Israel, the fact that this peace treaty has been made and honored really matters to Yeshua Messiah. And I think this is a very interesting place of congruence between what was going on with you during that time and this connection point with Egypt for me. Any other thoughts before we conclude?
It is an amazing congruence.
Dawn, thanks for being part of our slideshow here.
Thank you. Shalom.
Shalom. You know, there's one more thing about this that I would like to mention, and that is simply looking at the monument. This is something that is kind of different about Egypt, because even though Egypt is a Muslim country, you notice how they reach back to their ancient past and they keep that connection. In a way, Sadat being buried under this monument is a lot like one of the pharaohs being buried under one of the pyramids, right? It's very reminiscent of that idea. And they have these kinds of monuments as Don pointed out, in different parts of Egypt. There's a long history with Egypt. When Yahweh looks at Egypt, he sees all of that. And it's interesting that this is being preserved today within Egypt. Well, now we want to get to the prophecy of Isaiah 19. And let's take a look at that. Verse 1 and 2 says this: the burden of Egypt. Behold, Yahweh rides on a swift cloud and comes to Egypt. The idols of Egypt will reel at his presence, and the heart of Egypt will melt in its midst. I will turn the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they will fight everyone against his brother, and everyone against his neighbor, city against city, and authority against authority. You notice here it talks about Yahweh riding on a swift cloud. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, you shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud. And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. I believe what this is saying here in these verses is that though this is Gog that's coming to Egypt, in a way it's Yahweh that is coming. And as we go through this, you'll see the reasons. It's because Yahweh has something in mind that he's going to accomplish with this. But he's not the one that makes this happen. This is the interesting thing about it. We will see as we go on. It says, the spirit of Egypt will fail in its midst. I will destroy its counsel. They will resort to idols, to diviners, to demoniacs and wizards. I will give over the Egyptians into the hand of a cruel lord. A harsh king will rule over them, says Yahweh, Yahweh of hosts. Most interpreters of Isaiah 19 believe that this harsh king is the Antichrist. But I believe that when we compare the other passages we've already looked at with Isaiah 19, it really has to be talking about the king of the north, the attack of Gog. And he is the cruel lord over Egypt that it's talking about. In Daniel 11:4, it says, he, the king of the north, will rule over the treasures of gold and of silver and over all the precious things of Egypt. This is like a total dictatorship of Egypt, basically stealing everything. Pretty horrible. And in Isaiah 19:4, I will give over the Egyptians into the hand of a cruel lord. A harsh king will rule over them. Very similar. Very similar. It goes on, it says, the waters will fail from the sea, and the river will be wasted and become dry. The rivers will become foul. The streams of Egypt will be diminished and dried up. The reeds and flags will wither away. The meadows by the Nile, by the brink of the Nile, and all the sown fields of the Nile will become dry, be driven away, and be gone. You know, it's true today as it was in ancient times that Egypt is very much dependent on the river, on the Nile. And you can imagine if that fails and dries up, the effect that that would have on Egypt. I believe this is connected, of course, with the cruel Lord, because it tells us about the cruel Lord first, and then it's telling us about this. So, in some way, I think there's a connection. Perhaps he's the one that, in some way, shuts down the river. We'll have to see how that all turns out. Goes on and says this: the fishermen will lament, and all those who fish in the Nile will mourn. And those who spread nets on the waters will languish. Moreover, those who work in combed flax and those who weave white cloth will be frustrated. Economic foundations will be shattered. The working class will be grieved in soul. So not only because of the Nile, but also because this harsh king, the king of the north, has stolen everything. That there's no employment. And the Egyptian economy crashes as a result. And it's really a crisis situation for the ordinary people and the laborers of Egypt. It goes on, the princes of Zoan are utterly foolish. The counsel of the wisest counselors of Pharaoh has become stupid. How dare they say to Pharaoh, I'm the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings. So, this claim that many in Egypt have, well, we are the descendants of the ancient kings, we retain this wisdom of Egypt and all of this, this is going to look so ridiculous in the face of the situation in Egypt. Where then are your wise men? Let them tell you now and let them know what Yahweh of hosts has purpose concerning Egypt. They don't see this coming. They don't even know this is going to happen. And they're useless. The princes of Zoan have become fools. The princes of Memphis are deceived. They've caused Egypt to go astray. Those who are the cornerstone of her government. It's very interesting that Cairo, which is the modern day capital, is right there in the same area where ancient Memphis used to be, and Memphis was the capital at the time this was written. Zoan isn't far away, and that area today is very close to the area of Cairo. It says Yahweh has mixed a spirit of perverseness in the midst of her, and they have caused Egypt to go astray in all of its works. Like a drunken man staggers in his vomit. Neither shall there be any employment for Egypt, which head or tail, palm branch or rush may do. It's clearly telling us that the government has become foolish. Now, we in America couldn't imagine a government like that, could we? Of course, I am joking. That's exactly what has happened here in America from the standpoint of the ordinary man. Now, we know they have an agenda that explains the foolishness, but nevertheless, tearing down the country, essentially, is what has happened. And the government has been very much responsible for this. This is what is going to happen to Egypt at this particular time. The leaders in Egypt are seemingly going to become foolish. Perhaps they will have a private agenda. We read earlier how Egyptian would be against Egyptian, how authority would be against authority. Imagine if the king of the north, Turkey, ascends. and becomes very strong, claims its ancient caliphate. Turkey used to rule over a vast area as the Ottoman Empire. No doubt there would be many in Egypt that would then start siding with Turkey, would be in favor of the caliphate. There would be others against that who wanted to preserve the sovereignty of Egypt. And all of this would undermine the power of Egypt. And it mentions perverseness. I think another word that goes very well with perverseness is treason. We've got a lot of that, unfortunately, today as well. So all of this kind of thing, of course, will undermine Egypt. So putting all that in a nutshell, I believe what this is saying is that bad decisions on the part of government officials at all levels will bring on the woes of the harsh king. And they will be powerless in the face of the crisis. No doubt they will pave the road for this attack to happen, perhaps goading on other members of the government to contend with the king of the north, to bring on this attack. And once that happens, they won't have any power to do anything for the people. And it will be a grave crisis for the Egyptians. It says, in that day, the Egyptians will be scared like women. They will tremble in fear because of the shaking of the hand of Yahweh of hosts, which he shakes over them. The land of Judah will become a terror to Egypt. Everyone to whom mention is made of it will be afraid because of the plans of Yahweh of hosts, which he purposes upon it. I believe what this is talking about is what happens with the king of the north. I think it's referring to the king of the north then making this excursion up into Israel, having the rest of this vast army join them, and then being destroyed in Israel. From the standpoint of the Egyptians, that's utterly unexpected because they were totally unable to stand against the king of the north. And now they're seeing this happen in Israel. And we know the great signs that are going to be connected with this. We've talked about that. And this certainly would explain why they would then become afraid of Judah. Well, after this, it's amazing what happens with Egypt. In that day, there will exist 5 cities in the land of Egypt that speak the language of Canaan and swear to Yahweh of hosts. One city will be called the city of destruction. Let's talk about that a little more. 5 cities in the land of Egypt that speak the language of Canaan. The language of Canaan, the land of Canaan, is Hebrew. Can you imagine 5 cities in Egypt actually speaking Hebrew? Just how much of an influence of Israel would there have to be for that to happen? And swearing to Yahweh of hosts, this would indicate they become believers. But you notice it's not all of Egypt that does this. It says 5 cities, and 5 is the number of grace in the scriptures. So this speaks of an outpouring of grace that is going to come in Egypt. And no doubt it follows because of the events that happen with the attack of Gog. And just as those events bring about a repentance in Israel, they will actually bring about a repentance on the part of many in the land of Egypt. Now, it mentions one city will be called the city of destruction. The word here that's translated destruction, according to some commentators, actually means the sun. Barnes says the phrase means the city of the sun, that is, Heliopolis. And another place says Heliopolis, city of the sun or city of Helios, was one of the oldest cities of ancient Egypt. It is now found in a suburb of Cairo. In Coptic, Cairo is known as Kahir, meaning place of the sun. So, taking those details into account, the verse could actually be saying this. In that day, there will exist 5 cities in the land of Egypt that speak Hebrew and swear to Yahweh of hosts. One of those will be Cairo. Now, if that indeed is what it's saying, that is an amazing thing, isn't it? Because Cairo is a huge city of many millions, and for that to become full of believers there in Egypt, people have gotten saved. I think that's only a testimony to how great a thing Yahweh has planned that he's going to be doing. So for Egypt, just like for Israel, in allowing this attack of Gog, he has the eventual good of Egypt in mind, just as he does for Israel. It goes on and it says, in that day there will exist a sacrifice to Yahweh in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a memorial to Yahweh at its border. And of course, here it's referring to the sacrifice of Yeshua Messiah that is available to every believer, but will be taken advantage of there in Egypt as many, many people become saved. It mentions also a memorial to Yahweh at its border. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And it says about that memorial, it will exist for a sign and for a witness to Yahweh of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they will cry to Yahweh because of the oppressors, and he will send them a Savior and defender, and he will rescue them. The Lion of Judah, the destroyer of Gog, the Savior and defender of Israel and Egypt. Just imagine it. Just imagine the king of the north totally dominating Egypt, stealing all of her wealth. They have no way of doing anything about it. Yahweh then, like putting hooks in the jaws of Gog, brings them up onto the plains and the mountains of Israel, and by a divine act, destroys all these enemies. No doubt, during the time that Gog is in Egypt, what are the people going to be doing? They're going to be praying, right? When Allah doesn't work, maybe they'll be ready to try the real God. You know, I could tie that in, too, with the slideshow I shared about Sadat. You know, those who bless you, I will bless, and those who curse you, I will curse. Right? Egypt blessed Israel with peace, never dreaming that the Messiah of Israel was going to honor that peace treaty. Isn't that an amazing thing? Well, let's talk now about the pyramids. You know, just today there was news about the pyramid. They did these scans in the Great Pyramid, and there seems to be some areas where there are some chambers that haven't been opened up yet. So perhaps at some point there'll be more that will come out about the pyramids. But one thing that seems to be true about the pyramids there on the plains of Giza, the Giza Plateau, is that these pyramids seem to be aligned with the stars of Orion and involved now with the heavenly constellations, which suggests worship of these stars. And even though the Sphinx is in that area, it doesn't seem to be related to this alignment of these Orion stars. It seems like it's something separate, which could suggest that the pyramids were created for a different reason than the Sphinx. Now, the reason I mention all of this is because of that monument that it talks about on the border of Egypt. Some people claim that that monument is the Great Pyramid. And I don't like pyramids because pyramids suggest demonic power from earliest times. And so therefore, I don't see a pyramid as actually being a memorial to Yahweh. And I think the fact that the pyramids are in this configuration that lends itself to worship of false heavenly beings, of the Egyptian gods, is evidence that they're not that memorial. The Sphinx, though, is very interesting because it's clearly something different than the pyramids. One thing that's interesting about the Sphinx is that Egyptologists place it in one place in their history of Egypt, but it has been studied by geologists, and they say it is much more ancient than the pyramids. And they say the reason why they say this is that it shows evidence of water erosion rather than wind erosion. And you don't have a great deal of water around the pyramids. You have lots and lots of sand. So they speculate that it would have to have been a long time ago that there would have been sufficient water to erode the Sphinx in the way that it's eroded. Of course, those of us who believe in Noah's flood don't have any trouble with understanding where the water erosion would come from. And you know, the nature of the Sphinx is interesting. The Sphinx is not a statue in the ordinary sense of the term. Basically, what the Sphinx is a big piece of stone that's left there after they carved out everything else. It's part of the actual bedrock, connected directly to the bedrock of the earth. So it's very interesting. It's much more grand, really, than some other things like this that exist. For instance, Mount Rushmore. But it's the same idea, carved right out of what is there already, connected to the actual earth. The Great Sphinx water erosion theory. It was made known by John Anthony West and Robert Schoch, geologists who did a study of this material. And this drove the Egyptologists crazy because they want to have a history in Egypt where it starts out crude and then everything gets more advanced. And actually, if this is true about the Sphinx, that it's much older, you've got exactly the opposite situation. You have something that's much more advanced coming first, and they don't want that. So when we look at this, we do notice some interesting things about the Sphinx. One thing about it is that it has a tiny head. It's out of proportion. The head is out of proportion to the body of the Sphinx. You know, this raises certain questions. What some say about this is that the body, of course, is the body of a lion and has the head of one of the ancient pharaohs. And they say, well, what happened here is the pharaoh just recut this thing so that his head would be on the Sphinx. And that originally it was a lion. And it was just cut down into what we think of as the Sphinx today. Personally, I think if it was very ancient, that is the more likely thing as to what happened, that it once was a great lion. The body is all a lion, so the head would be a lion. So, what am I saying about this? Well, I guess what I'm saying is if this is a memorial to the Lord in Egypt, it's more likely it's the Sphinx than that it's the pyramid. And the Sphinx actually being a lion could have actually been created by Enoch. You know, in the book of Enoch, he was a very influential figure. He was a prophet. He would have had the wherewithal to get this made. Perhaps he knew about the flood that was coming and created this great lion as a testimony of the Messiah to say to the world, essentially, the Messiah is coming and that righteous people in the world today worship the Messiah. If that's really what that was about, then that would be a memorial to the Lord there in the land of Egypt. Am I saying that's what it is? No, I'm not. Because it could be simply that a memorial will be constructed. That after these events that are going to happen with Gog, which are going to be extremely significant events, that perhaps a memorial will be constructed by the Egyptians on the border with Israel, giving credit to the God of Israel for the salvation of Egypt. To me, that's more likely what it's talking about. It says Yahweh will be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians will know Yahweh in that day. Yes, they will worship with sacrifice and offering, and will vow a vow to Yahweh, and will perform it. That says to me they're going to be Torah keepers like we are. And at the same time, they're going to look for their salvation to the sacrifice of Yeshua Messiah. Now, this may not be all the Egyptians. This may be the saved Egyptians it's talking about. But no doubt there will be many of them. Yahweh will strike Egypt, striking and healing. So he's telling here why this is going to happen to Egypt. Why he is allowing the king of the north to come in and do all of this to Egypt. You know, and this is why I believe this has to be the attack of Gog. Because whereas Egypt has been in this peace treaty with Israel, Yahweh has honored that. The first time that Yahweh acts to strike Egypt would be the time this is talking about, when he would reach out and strike Egypt in order to bring this healing to Egypt. And of course, right at the beginning of the tribulation is the time he would do this for the same reasons that he would do it for Israel and for the rest of the world too, because we know in Ezekiel it says that he's doing this to make his great name known, which certainly is for the salvation of everybody who will pay attention. He says they will return to Yahweh and he will be entreated by them and will heal them. So it's talking about a repentance of Egypt and a turning to him and a coming to know him. Now, this is talking about the aftermath after Yahweh saves them from Gog. So this could cover a large stretch of time or a larger stretch of time. In other words, it could be from right after that happens, even into the millennium now that it's talking about, because it's talking about the aftermath of what would happen, the end result for Egypt. And in that context, this verse is interesting. In that day there will be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians will worship with the Assyrians. So what is that telling you about the Assyrians? Just told us the Egyptians are worshiping Yahweh. What are the Assyrians doing? They're worshiping Yahweh too. And you see, we have those unnamed countries that are going to be attacked by Gog. And that very well could be in the area of modern-day Iraq, some of Syria. In other words, ancient Assyria. And so the same thing that applies to Egypt could certainly apply to those areas. They could literally be saved through this destruction that Yahweh himself is going to bring on Gog. And they could turn back in the same way to Yahweh and give up their worship of their false god. So look at this. In that day, Israel will be the third with Egypt and with Assyria. A blessing in the midst of the earth. Because Yahweh of hosts has blessed them, saying, "Blessed be Egypt, my people. Assyria, the work of my hands. And Israel, my inheritance." It's stunning, isn't it, to think about it? All the turmoil that we see. And how the worship of the true God in the end will bring peace between these different peoples that Yahweh loves. And it's reassuring to think about the fact that during the tribulation, when the Antichrist arises and brings all of this trouble in the world, that we're going to have some friends nearby, in nearby countries. And I think that's going to turn out to be very important to us when we get to those days. My big takeaway point is this. When Gog comes through Israel and goes to Egypt, that's a sign. That's a sign for the remnant. You know, what could happen in that situation for a lot of people is they could just go, "Whew, I'm glad that's over." But we're not going to do that because we'll know he's going to be coming back. And this then will be a sign for us that it's time for us to get ready for what is coming. And it'll give us opportunity to get ready for these very important events. And there will be no need for any loss of life on the part of the remnant. And we will be able to be ready when these things happen. And I think to know this is very valuable information for us when we get to that point. Very important remnant expectations. That's what we have today about the King of the South. thank you so much for being here this evening, and shalom.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu Ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel, featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, you shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud. And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes.
Supernatural Warfare Fight to Win 2020. This is a fresh edit of last year's New Year message. Current events make this message even more relevant right now. Believers are in a war, and the COVID-19 pandemic reminds us we must develop a wartime mindset as we move into the more difficult days.
We have a verse that we're going to have as our theme verse for the year, 2 Timothy 2:3. You therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. You know, I couldn't find one with kittens and bunnies in it, so I chose this one instead. No, this is not the message that most people want to be hearing, is it? To endure hardship. That's not what we want to hear. However, we're living in the last days, and things really are changing. We are called to be soldiers of Messiah Yeshua, spiritual fighters for the kingdom. To do that as a soldier, to be a good soldier, well, you must endure hardship. And this is what the scriptures tell us. And all the more so in the times that we're living. So our theme is supernatural warfare, fight to win. We're actively part of Messiah's army, and we are doing things. We are acting on behalf of the kingdom, and we intend to be effective. So that's our stance. Now, sometimes out there, it gets kind of rough. Maybe this picture makes sense to some of you. You know, maybe you have been through some spiritual chaos like this, and it kind of feels like, oh, where is the nearest foxhole? And you might wonder, well, why is this happening, that we're experiencing such things? And it's because we are soldiers in a universal battlefield. That's really the reason. So some people are not real aware of the spiritual battle. And because they're not aware, when the spiritual battle comes and visits them at their door, they wonder, how did this happen? How did I end up in the middle of this spiritual battlefield? You know, I just kind of wanted to experience grace and, you know, love and the good stuff. I didn't want this whole battlefield experience, you know? Well, here's where we need to have a little review so that we will remember where the battle came from. And just a few simple things here. The universal war started here, in the garden, right? We had the beautiful place. We had the paradise where everything was perfect. Unfortunately, we could not keep it. That's kind of the bottom line. So what happened is the spirit creature we call the devil came into the garden in the guise of a snake and tempted our first parents. And you kind of wonder, like, okay, you've got a paradise, you've got everything, how could you be tempted? We're so innocent and so thinking that nobody was going to do anything bad to them, that the enemy was just able to lead them right down the garden path to destruction. And look at what it has brought on all the generations of mankind since then. And this was the beginning of the war. And realize it was not our Creator that started the war. It was the rebels that started the war against Him. They thought they could do better than Him. And they thought that they could take over the rulership from the Creator, who rightfully has the right to rule what He created. So what happened there in the garden is He spoke a prophecy to those involved, including to the serpent. He said, I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He will bruise your head and you will bruise his heel. So this was a prophecy of what would happen. Enmity is hatred, isn't it? So from this point on, the war was on. So what was the objective of the war? The rebel objective was universal dominion, to steal dominion away from the Creator and from his seed, if you will, and to grasp onto it for themselves. Because it wasn't just the serpent. The serpent developed a seed. We have to realize about this war that there is a great personal cost to those who are deceived by the enemy. This is from the book of Revelation. Anyone whose name was not found recorded in the book of life was thrown into the lake of fire. Eternity is at stake in the war. Your eternity is at stake. My eternity is at stake. So this is why we cannot afford to be overconfident or to ignore the war. Because ever since then, the war has been ongoing. So what happened back there? Well, the serpent got busy reproducing other rebels like himself in both heaven and earth. This was at the beginning of the war. And right away, he started having amazing success. It must have been startling, really, both in heaven and on earth as the population of mankind grew, to see the incredible success that the enemy was having. People were choosing him over their Creator. Before long, it got this bad. Genesis tells us the earth was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. Elohim saw the earth and saw that it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. Things got so bad that other than Noah and his family, the whole world was corrupt. At this point, the Creator had to step in to save the creation that he had made. And as we know, he washed the world clean. So then you had this fresh new start, right? You had this experience of what happens when people follow the enemy. So what you would think would happen is that things would be different after the flood. And as people came about on the earth, they would fear the true God. Actually, it got just as bad again as it was before the flood. There weren't so many people in the world yet. There was, however, a large population who were all gathered in the same area. They resented the flood, in fact. And they resented that the Creator would intervene in the way that he did. There were instigators that were raised up by the enemy who maligned the Creator. And they chose to follow the enemy and to follow the other fallen ones that were with him. And they decided to turn their back on their Creator, literally to ignore him, and maybe he would go away. And they built a tower. The purpose of the tower was to commune with evil spirits. So if you think of this, this is the fathers and mothers of the entire human race that turned their back on the Creator. And Romans 1:28 is talking about this when it says, just as they did not see fit to acknowledge God any longer, God gave them over to a depraved mind to do those things which are not proper. So from this time forward, because of this choice of mankind, the devil and those with him have had rulership over the earth. They are, in fact, ruling over the earth. However, the Creator has not given up his right to rule. So at times when he's needed to do it, he intervenes. And there's really a war between these spiritual powers. And I think it's good to note that when we look at the flood, we realize that our Father in heaven, who is all powerful, could just wipe out the enemy. But as we see from that first prophecy in the garden, that was not his way. He was going to allow this war to actually move forward through time to come to its conclusion, to give every person an opportunity to choose which side they want to be on. Many times people don't know that they're choosing, but they are, by the things they're doing in their life and the things they're not doing. They're choosing which side of the war they want to be on. And of course, the enemy of mankind continues to do what he did in the garden. He wants to close the eyes of people to what the truth is, to the Creator, and instead lull them into a false sense of security, to cause them to become totally absorbed with their own selves, their own feelings, their own desires. And this is what most people fall into. That's really sad that that's true. However, there have been some that have had their eyes open and choose the other side in the war, the side of the Creator. But it is a war if you choose that. And you need to know that going in. You need to understand as a believer that you're at war and that you're fighting for something. And that's very important to understand. After this happened and the whole world rejected our Creator, he made a counter move. This is all like a big chess game. And he made a counter move of creating one nation for himself out of all the nations of the world. All the other nations, they belonged to these other evil spirit gods. But he raised up one nation to represent the true God in the world. And we know he did this through the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel, which name means he will rule as God. Exodus 19:5 and 6 tell us what Yahweh said to his nation at Mount Sinai, where he first assembled them as a nation. He says, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be my own possession from among all peoples. For all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak to the children of Israel. They agreed. And they entered into this covenant. It's easy to say you're going to do something. Over time, it's harder to do it. The nation of Israel has had a very mixed history, and we all know that. We can read about it in the pages of the scriptures. But we see here what the deal was, because this is the deal. If we obey his voice and we keep his covenant, then we can be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. This is conditional. It's conditioned on keeping the covenant and obedience. So what it turns out is that not all who claim to be Israel are Israel according to these terms. The ones that are the true Israel, which the scriptures refer to as the remnant of Israel, are the remnant who are faithful to the covenant, who obey his voice. And unfortunately, in most every generation, but not all, that's been a minority of Israel. After this time, it became apparent who the woman was that he was talking about in Genesis 3:15. The woman is the woman Israel. In Revelation chapter 12, it gives us this picture of a woman about to give birth with a crown of 12 stars, indicating the 12 tribes of Israel. She was in pain, laboring to give birth, and as we read on, she does in fact give birth. This is the woman and her seed that it's talking about. The woman gave us a champion, the Son of the living God. The Lion, who is of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has overcome. We've been spending a lot of time walking with him through the Gospels in his life. We have seen his amazing courage facing up to the evil ones. We have seen his laser-like focus on the truth and his ability to stand by the truth no matter what was happening in his life. We saw him actually defeat the enemy by being willing to be defeated. Now, isn't that an interesting concept? That's what the enemy thought. Finally, I'm defeating God. Can you imagine the glee among all of the enemies of God when the Son of God was nailed to that tree? You can hear it in the background as you read the story in the Gospels. Little did they know that this was a war strategy to defeat the enemy, and that Yeshua Messiah was willing to endure hardship as a soldier of the kingdom. And he stepped forward and willingly offered himself, even to the point of death, in complete courage and faith. And in doing that, not only did he provide what was needed for us to be saved, but he gave us an example of what is required of every son and daughter of the living God in this war. That we too must be willing to endure hardship, that we too must be willing to do what it takes to win this war for the kingdom. And we have a leader we can believe in, that we can trust, our Yeshua, Messiah. Meanwhile, the war rages on toward the rest of her seed. Revelation 12:17, the dragon grew angry with the woman and went away to make war with the rest of her seed, who keep Elohim's commandments and hold Yeshua's testimony. This is the end-time picture of the remnant. They continue to keep Elohim's commandments. They know to be his nation, they're required to do so. And they're required to obey his voice. But this does not mean that they don't have faith in the Messiah. Exactly the opposite thing is true. They have been saved by the blood of the Lamb. And they have a testimony. And their testimony has arisen because they're in the war, right? And they have experienced that warfare because of their faith and their unswerving obedience. And so they have a testimony of walking with Yeshua Messiah. And they also are the seed. This means that if you're one of them, the war has found you. If that's true, then it's really time to decide to be a kingdom soldier. You've got something at stake. You have a reason to fight back. One more thing about that. Here in Romans 16:20, it says, the Elohim of peace will quickly crush Satan under your feet. You know, oftentimes in the Christian world, when they talk about the prophecy of Genesis 3:15 and so on, they rightly point to Messiah as being the seed. But do you notice in the New Covenant scriptures, it is including the remnant who are following Messiah as also part of that seed, and they're encouraged that they too will crush Satan under their feet. And you're reading about that in the book of Revelation. And of course, what this means is that while this has been a long and hard-fought battle, we will win. We absolutely will win. Some of us personally might not win. Some of us might go over to the other side. That happens in warfare. But we get to choose that, whether we're going to do that or not. The seed of the woman will win. Well, to some people, all of this sounds pretty intense. Other people say spiritual warfare is very easy. Just take authority over those demons. Is it really that easy? You know, we have this picture here of somebody who might be a lackadaisical kind of believer, saying, the devil can't do nothing to me. I'm covered by the blood of the Lamb. And what are you doing for him? I guess that would be my question. Here's the thing about folks like this. You know, we care about them and we want them to wake up. Because if they have this attitude, sooner or later what's going to happen is they're going to find that attitude will not cut it. And it's going to hurt on the day that happens. Here's some examples of what I'm talking about. Here are some very famous preachers: Finis Dake, Oral Roberts, Kenneth Hagin, Catherine Coleman, Amy Semple McPherson. They all have something in common. They all went around telling everybody that all believers should be completely healed of every disease, never should be sick. And put a lot of guilt on people, too, because they got sick. And yet, every one of them all died with diseased bodies. Now, I'm not saying God can't heal you, but I'm saying don't oversimplify the truth. Because if you do and you get overconfident, you can very easily be proven a liar. And that's what happened to these people. So we're looking at a war here, and wars are not easy, and there's casualties in war. By all means, take your enemy seriously. The scripture says, be sober and self-controlled, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, walks around like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. He is actively looking to devour believers. And believers are told in the scripture to be sober, to be self-controlled, to be watchful of this. So the attitude of the devil who is not a scriptural attitude. It definitely is not a winning attitude. The winning attitude is know your enemy, even respect your enemy for who they are, and deal with them in a real way. Besides the devil himself as an enemy, we must remember the devil has lots of help. And Yeshua said, "You will be hated by all men for my name's sake." Remember, the whole world went over to the devil's side. So he's got lots of help. And in this particular presentation, we're not going into the spiritual side of this very much. You know, the side of deliverance from demonic spirits and so on. In this discussion, we are really concerned with this part of the spiritual battle, of how he uses people to attack us. You know, you do have authority over the spirits. You can cast out demons all day long. You can't cast out people very well. And they can do things to you that demonic spirits aren't able to do. So this is really the part of the spiritual battle that we're looking at right now. We have to realize about this that hatred is ratcheting up towards believers. And this is foretold for this time period, and we are seeing it. Yeshua said, "You will be hated by all men for my name's sake." And this is increasing. You know, in 2015, we put out this DVD. And in this DVD, it reveals that the fifth seal of Revelation has been opened. What that means is unprecedented persecution would soon be coming on believers around the globe. Now, when we put that out, some people said, surely you're overstating the case, that this can't really be the fifth seal being opened. But then by 2018, we had this headline: Christian persecution and genocide is worse now than any time in history, the report says. And if you're awake, you know this is true, because we have reports about this, and all around the globe, this is true. And persecution is heating up, and here we're talking about what you might refer to as hot persecution, you know, involving death, prison, things like this. This requires something of us. This means that we need to start preparing ourselves now for the persecution that in many cases is already here in some forms, but which is going to be intensifying. So a verse like this, "You therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua," is really an excellent verse to help us to get the mindset that we need in order to deal effectively with this war. And so nobody wants to hear about hardship, especially in a rich country like America. But we need to be thinking about it if we're going to be good soldiers of the kingdom. We must adopt the wartime mindset of a soldier. We're not like soldiers, we are soldiers. Do you know the difference? Don't wait for persecution to adopt the wartime mindset of a soldier. Now, there's some things you can do right away. Like, let's say you live here in the West, you still have relative freedom. You can think about things like this. If it's on the internet, it isn't private. You know, when we have so much freedom, a lot of times we don't even think of the fact that we're making all this information available to the enemy, so that when the enemy actually gets ready to strike, you know, they have all this information about you, along with pictures, and not just you, about everybody you know. And why help them? So think about that. Here's a little illustration I found. Some low-tech tips to protect your privacy online. Think about these things. There are many, many other suggestions you can find on the internet about privacy and even being anonymous. This is something we need to educate ourselves about. Don't just think because everything seems so free right now that it's going to go on this way. And you know, all this stuff, it gets saved forever, right? Just think of a list. On this date, you looked up this. On this date, you looked up this. Things that were perfectly innocent and that you had a reason to do can be built together to look like you're some kind of a terrorist or a criminal. Here's another thing you've got to know. Being too trusting can hurt you or even kill you. You are all such nice people. That could kill you. We all want to be nice to people. We might be the last people in the world, believers, that want to be nice to people. And I'm not saying don't be a nice person, but also I'm saying don't be a dumb person. Be careful about what you say and to whom you say it. You know, discretion is a biblical virtue. And yet we have a culture today that's telling you, be transparent. Tell people everything. This is not biblical. The scriptures tell us use discretion in what you say. We have the example of Yeshua Messiah. Did he tell everybody everything? We have places in the Gospels where people said to him, you're the Messiah, and he says to them, don't tell anybody. Discretion is really essential, and we need to start praying and asking to get that gift of discretion in our speech. Here's a big reason why I'm talking about this. Betrayal will become the greatest threat to your life. I'm not saying it might. I'm telling you absolutely, it's going to. It is going to get there. Matthew 24 is talking about this very time period that we're coming up on. And he said, then they will deliver you up to oppression and will kill you. You will be hated by all of the nations for my name's sake. Then many will stumble and will deliver up one another and will hate one another. That's talking about believers or professed believers. They're going to stumble and they're going to betray one another. There's nothing you can do to stop that from happening. But you do need to learn to use discretion. You have no idea the evil that lies in the heart of your friends. You don't know which ones, though. So this is why it is so vital for us to learn discretion. You must always weigh everything you say to unbelievers and even to believers who love the world, including family and friends. You can tell who loves the world. Oh, but you shouldn't judge people. I'm not talking about judging people, okay? You're not going to decide their eternal destiny, but you have to decide who they are in relation to you. That's your obligation. It's not just something you can do, it's something you must do. So you need to decide, are they people you can trust? And to what level can you trust them? And this is true of unbelievers, but it's also true of believers who do not give evidence in their life of totally giving themselves over to Messiah. Because people who are divided are dangerous people in terms of what we're talking about. Those are the people that can easily be turned by the enemy. The people you can trust are the people who are totally given to Messiah above everything. And you can even be fooled about that. The Word is our standard. The scriptures talk about this in the book of Psalms. It says, "Blessed is the man who doesn't walk in the counsel of the wicked, nor stand in the way of sinners, nor sit in the seat of scoffers. But his delight is in Yahweh's Torah. On his Torah he meditates day and night." So you see, if you hang out with wicked people, which wicked people are people that do not keep the commandments, people who are choosing to be sinners. We know in one sense we're all sinners, right? Because we're born in sin. That's not what this is talking about. This is people who choose to be sinners. And we're living in a time where people do that. And not only that, they call their sin good. Talking about people like that. Or sit in the seat of scoffers. If you sit with people and talk with people and accept them scoffing at God and at His Word, you're sitting in the wrong place and you need to get up and get out. Now, some people might hear this and say, yes, but what about witnessing to people? Witnessing to people is not being friends with the world. It's an entirely different thing. You're not bringing them in to your inner world and revealing all your secrets and everything about your life to people you're witnessing to who are unbelievers. You have an object in mind, and that is to share Messiah with them. You are a blessed person if you make these distinctions. We need to discriminate on the basis of the scriptures. That's what the psalm here is telling us about. We must do this. And especially as we come into times of persecution where we know we've already been warned here as to what's going to happen. Should we not use some wisdom in our associations with people? So that's really a word to the wise. The scriptures give us direction in many places to make these kinds of decisions. And as we look into a person's life who has some doorway into our sphere, sometimes we wonder, is this person of the devil or are they of God? You know, sometimes you see some stuff on one side that screams devil, devil, devil. But on the other side, you see things that, oh, well, they're trying to be nice. Maybe they're open, and we want to help them. So how do we decide what we're going to do with this person? Well, 1 John says this, "In this the children of God are revealed, and the children of the devil. Whoever doesn't do righteousness is not of God. Neither is he who doesn't love his brother." And I believe that these are indications that are given to us to help us to discern who we're talking to and what level of trust we can put in given individuals. So this is what we need to do and start doing it. This is part of our mindset makeover that we need, is discipline yourself to allow the Word and the Spirit to control your every word. You know, we can't afford anymore to just be running off at the mouth because we like to talk. We need to be measuring our words. Yeshua said that every word will be judged. So, speaking at all is a pretty risky thing to be doing, if you think about that. So think about your words. Think about what you say and why you're saying it. That your words might be upbuilding to those people that need that encouragement, people that need the truth. Don't ever run down your brothers and sisters to other people. There might be something about one of your brothers and sisters you don't like. Do not vent to other brothers and sisters. That's just evil and wrong. You can do tremendous harm, and particularly in times of persecution, which are coming up, where you have to depend on every person, because people all know each other in any kind of a community of believers. If you start making enemies with other believers, that is going to come back on you in a really bad way. So don't do that. Just a word to the wise about that. You know, when the Civil War broke out, the boys on both sides thought, oh, well, we'll go do this over a weekend and this war will be over. You know, the Southern boys, they thought, well, those Northern boys, they'll never be able to withstand us, and so we'll just go do this and that'll be over. The Northern boys thought the same thing. When they actually got in the clenches of warfare, it was a long, terrible, drawn-out ordeal. And an entire culture was basically wiped out. And war, any kind of war, whether we're talking about spiritual war or physical war, war is horrible. So you have to realize that warfare of any kind is going to test you beyond what you are comfortable with, beyond even what you think you can tolerate, many times dragging on beyond what you'd ever think. And so we need to know this, and we need to consider what our focus is in our life. If your focus is on your own wealth and comfort and safety, you will not endure what is being brought upon the entire inhabited earth. You won't endure. I'm sorry, but your desires are for the wrong things. And you really need a change of mind if this is where you're at. Now, this is where a lot of people are at, and a lot of those people would never hear a message like this because they don't listen to anything longer than 15 minutes. Don't be a shallow person like that. Life is more important than that. You need to take some time to build up your character if you're going to be a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. It's something you have to work at. It doesn't just happen. And you have to have the right focus in your life as to what's important to you, what your priorities are. To be a good soldier of Messiah, Messiah has to be what's important to you. Am I right? Find the army that is actually fighting the war and join in battle formation. I will tell you, in a war, if you are a straggler out there in the battlefield and you're not with your unit, you will not last. The bullets are flying everywhere. You're going to be the first casualty. Messiah is assembling his spiritual army here in these last days. You need to find a unit that's serious about fighting this war and get in the middle of it. That's what will be a place of protection for you. I like this picture. I like the fact that every one of these soldiers is part of a wall of protection. Wouldn't you feel like relatively pretty safe back there? Warfare is what overcomers do. Overcomers know that to win, you have to take the battle to the enemy. You cannot win just by letting the enemy pummel you. You got to take the battle back to the enemy to win the war. This is what we need to do. Now, I'm not talking about actually hurting people. So don't get me wrong about this. You know, we're not going out with bullets and knives and hurting people because we don't want to hurt people. But we are talking about fighting this war of words, this war of concepts, and a war for the souls of men and women. And we're not going to surrender those people. I'm not willing to surrender one person who's part of the remnant if I can do anything to stop that from happening. But I know we will lose some people. What we'll find out in the end is not everybody that wants to be part of the remnant or thinks they're part of the remnant really is part of the remnant. We will find that out, but I'm not willing to concede that person. They're going to have to actually do it, if you follow what I'm saying. We have to have a winning mentality and not just give up. 2 Corinthians 10, 3 through 5. For though we walk in the flesh, we don't wage warfare according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but mighty before Elohim to the throwing down of strongholds, throwing down imaginations, and every high thing that is exalted against the knowledge of Elohim, and bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. Now let me tell you this. This world is filled with deception. I don't believe something just because some scientist said it, and you shouldn't either. I don't believe something just because some stuffed suit on the TV says it to me, and you shouldn't either. Our job as soldiers is to not believe the world and instead believe his word and bring the truth of his word to bear against all those lies, against all that deception, that the truth might ring clear in the ears of every lover of truth so that they can choose their side in the war. That's what we need to do. Bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. Now you might think, I'm not a person who's very good at communicating. Doesn't matter. Can you be a vessel that the Holy Spirit can use? You know what? 99% of being a soldier for Messiah is showing up. Can you show up? That's what we have to get over, right? Is mindset problems. A lot of it having been instilled by the world, a lot of it part of our flesh nature, a lot of it part of deceptions that have come from a whole host of different places. And we have to break through that and let his word inform us and actually be changed by his word. Our priorities changed, our goals in life changed, everything about us changed into the mindset of a soldier. I like this little picture. Those slings and arrows. And it never seems to be just one, does it? They always come in clouds. But the overcomers don't just take the slings and arrows of the enemy. They don't just run and hide in a corner. They might as a strategic move for a point. But they don't stay there. To win, it requires holy order, active training, and great personal commitment. Every soldier must have strong focus and be serious about training practice. You know, a lot of believers have a thought in mind that because we have a God who is so great, who can win every battle, that we don't really need to be very concerned about our part in that. That we don't really need to train. That we don't really need to have that level of personal commitment. The remnant know that's not what the scriptures tell us. They tell us that being a soldier for Messiah Yeshua is something very rigorous. And it requires commitment and focus and training and practice in the things that disciples of Messiah do. However, when we do invest our effort and our time into that, we can find that we can be very effective in countering the enemy. We can really give it back to the enemy. Learn to shoot straight and fly right. You know what I would like to have happen? I would like to see every time the devil attacks Yahweh's people, for him to get hurt worse than they did. For him to try to take something from the kingdom and instead to have a whole big chunk of his dominion ripped out of his hand. I think that's how we need to think about spiritual warfare. It's not just us not getting beat up. Let's think in terms of defeating the enemy in the areas in which he attacks us. That's really why we need to have this sense of focus, why we need to hone our skills, why we need to actually practice those things. James 4:7, by the way, I think is a verse that goes to this: resist the devil and he will flee from you. There's nothing like well-targeted arrows of truth to send the enemy running. I like this picture because I think it really portrays so much what war is about. So this is why I'm showing this. And you know what? On a spiritual level, this is so much what the war has been like through the many centuries. It just seemed like it was never going to stop, you know? Sometimes it still feels this way. But yet you have the stalwart soldiers that are still holding the line. What is ahead is going to become a lot more intense. And it's not going to be a walk in the park. So what we're recommending is do all you can to prepare yourself now. Prepare, endure, and fight to win this battle. Our theme, you therefore must endure hardship as a good soldier of Messiah Yeshua. That's a mindset. We need to all start working on that mindset so that we're ready when we need to be. Spiritual warfare. Fight to win. Let's pray together. Our Father, we want to come to you tonight, and we just thank you for being there. Thank you for helping each one of us and grabbing a hold of us, Father, and rescuing us out of this dying world and calling us to be yours, saving us by the blood of your Son. We know you didn't just save us so that we could be comfy. We like comfy, but that's not why you saved us. We are in a war, and as your children, we need to step up and fight for the family farm, which is the kingdom. We need to be good soldiers for Yeshua Messiah. And to do that, we've got to move out of our comfort zone. Father, we need to learn to accept inconveniences and hardships. We need to learn to change our priorities. But Father, the events that are coming in this world are not going to wait. They're coming. And on that day, we have to be ready. So, Father, I just ask you to help each of us to develop that mindset of a soldier for your kingdom, for Yeshua Messiah. Help us to overcome, Father, our reluctance. Help us to overcome even our unbelief sometimes, our insecurities, all of those things. To step forward and really give you an opportunity, Father, because in our weaknesses, that's where we're strong with your strength. Father, especially for us people who are in richer countries, it's really hard for us to sometimes endure the slightest kind of hardship. Many people have not endured those kinds of things, and it sounds so scary and difficult. I want to pray especially for those folks that, Father, you might help them, encourage them, and help them to see your almighty power and your control, and help them, Father, to have a vision of your kingdom so that they will know what it is that they are enduring for. Have a vision, Father, of Yeshua Messiah, who grips our hearts because of his righteousness, his goodness, and his love. Father, help us all to have that vision that we need to endure, because we know that he who endures to the end is the one who will be delivered. Whatever is coming, Father, we just commit ourselves to you and to your care and to your wisdom and to your love. And we know you are in control. We have chosen your side in the war, Father, because we believe in you. We believe in your right to rule over this earth and all that you created. And we stand with you. And Father, we admit that we are weak and that sometimes it's hard. And sometimes, Father, we can be deceived, and sometimes we can even be tempted. But this is not who we want to be. We want to rise up as your holy people in the world. We want to move forward with the courage of a lion, our lion. And Father, we want to glorify your name above every name in this world. So Father, just be with us. Be patient with us. Pour out your grace into our lives and help us to change our minds, to change our hearts, and to put our focus fully on your Son and on your kingdom. Father, we pray these things in the name of Yeshua, our mighty King. Amen.
Thanks for watching. For a lot more from the scripture for these last days, sign up free at tsiyon.net/register. That is TSIYON.net/register. For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Tsiyon Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Tsiyon Academy students are provided with study materials, the Tsiyon Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Tsiyon Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Tsiyon Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Tsiyon Academy student at tsiyon.org.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Tsiyon Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at tsiyon.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call